We are live. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the party.
Whoop, whoop.
Let's see. We've got Carol. Hello, Carolyn, Heather, Miss Monica, of course, the lovely Lorraine, Jean, Norma. Hello, everybody. So we have two mods in here already.
We have Kevin. Kevin.
Oh, you missed it because Kevin brought me out a freshly baked chocolate chip cookie with espresso in it, right out of the oven.
I'm
it
jealous.
was so good. It was
jealous.
so good. It was so good. And, you know, I ate that right as it was hot. I didn't care.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Devour.
I was licking my fingers.
Hi, Cecilia. Hello,
I was
everyone.
licking my fingers like a bucket of chicken.
Yeah. Yum. Hi, everyone.
No crumb left behind.
Absolutely
not. So Jen, she is starting her channel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure when she's putting up her first video, but I talked her into getting her channel going.
Awesome.
So once I get a link for her, and we'll be able to put her channel up.
Yay. Woohoo.
Hello, Michelle. Hello, Suzanne.
Look at all these amazing people. Hello, hello.
Denisha, hello. And thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the happy birthday wishes. So my birthday is actually August 26th, but I try and do my 2-year, or I try and do my anniversary with my birthday, so that way I get them both together in one setting. So I'm hoping
2 cupcakes with 1 candle.
I had 1 chocolate chip cookie. Kevin refused to give me another.
Kevin,
the shame.
You tell me. But you know he's got to go to bed. He's got to go to bed at some point tonight.
True. Can I have it, Kevin? And then I might share with Russ.
I'll tell you what, Spring. I'll send you the cookie.
Oh, espresso. Oh my God. Yum.
So when you get the box and there's only crumbs in it, something happened to it, but I'm sure I didn't eat it.
Well, it would most definitely be the mail carrying system lately, absolutely.
Yeah, got a happy mailman.
Someone's happy.
Uh-huh. Look at. Hello. Welcome in, everyone.
I love brownies too. I love pastries and all things because I can't have it.
Oh no.
You cannot. I have still to this day not found a gluten-free cookie that doesn't taste like a brownie. You just can't get that crisp. It's like a croissant or a biscuit. To have a biscuit.
Hello.
It's okay, Michael. I understand. You take care of family.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
Sir Michael? Oh, there he is. Hi, Sir Michael.
And then we have the fabulous Craig, who is
hello.
Craig.
The first.
My goodness gracious me. Let me tweak my volume here. Hang on. I'm sorry.
So the very first one to get the link is the third in.
He's always tardy. You know he has to gracefully saunter in.
I figured if I sent him the link at 6:15, he would make
all
it.
Right. My volume is being problematic. I'm sorry.
It's all right. We still love you.
I know.
Sometimes. No.
Well,
at least you'll be clear and concise. We'll just really precisely hear your speech right. Hi.
Right.
I don't know why. I don't know why I'm always having issues with this.
You might have to just move farther away from the camera. I don't know.
Oh, that's the brightness. Ay, ay, ay.
Did you have to take care of Edgar?
I'm in the process, actually.
Hello,
in
Scott.
fact, just looking at some recipes for a gluten-free dough starter. So I want a sourdough starter, but I just don't know if it's really going to work. The reviews said it worked, but I don't know.
Everybody's taste is different.
I have found a recipe that I can get the bread to at least give me sandwich bread. Like, uh-oh, poof. He's pushing buttons.
Oh, Terry, that's okay. I don't care if you guys just pop in to say hello and have to go, because I know different time zones, especially in other countries. I'm just happy that you guys pop in to say hi and then leave. That's perfectly okay.
Hi again.
5 hours, you'll probably still be here.
Do we have to have the
Probably
same excitement the second time?
It could be possible that when you wake up in the morning, I'm still rolling.
Yeah, we have been known. I'll run to the grocery store real fast and I'll come back, get it put away, and I'll be like, oh yeah, here I'm back. Now I've got food, I'm good.
No, I'm sorry, I was having issues with my volume. Sorry about that. No, actually, in just less than an hour, I have to attend to Edgar. He's in his little bread pan, and he's doing his second rise, and then I will pop him in the oven, and then in 45 minutes, then I have to take the cover off, and then another 15 minutes, and then he will be in the process of cooling, and then he can be devoured like a good sacrificial lamb.
Oh, get in my belly.
Somewhere around midnight.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is that I made the dough last night, well, early this morning at like 3 a.m. And so it's a very time-consuming process, but it's very hands-off in the sense that, like, okay, so you make up the dough and then you just let it sit. You just let him do his thing. You give him his space and his time. You don't do anything. It's super duper easy in that regard. Like, you don't have to like constantly tend to it like every half hour, every hour. No, you just let him do his little thing. He's an independent little guy.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Independence is great.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to take a break when I have to tend to him. But other than that, yes, I am here. Sorry, I am tardy.
You just don't ever want to be first. I think that's what it is. You want to after someone else is already here.
I wanted to know if we had to have the same excitement the second time he came in.
Sorry. Well, see, all right, here's the thing. I'm not fashionable in any other way, so I can be fashionably late. So.
Oh, okay.
That just doesn't start until the Spider-Man is here.
That's right.
Please.
That's right.
So right outside the back door where I parked my car, there's this great big huge spider web with this big old spider in the middle of it, and it's ugly as
ugly.
Bite your tongue.
Right? Is it a banana spider?
No. I wish it was.
Okay, now the web.
We have those.
What does the web look like?
Well, it's circular.
It's an orb weaver.
It is an orb weaver, and the spider is really red and it's spiky and it's ugly looking.
Spiky?
It's menacing like a widow. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Them's fighting words.
I love spiders.
But
I'll watch with the door closed.
But
okay, Russ, try to do some damage control. Yeah, try. Yeah.
No, I'm saying be proud because I usually kill them. But because it's right there by the door, it's catching all the mosquitoes and stuff from coming in the house.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah.
Circle.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Chihuahua. Yeah, Orber.
That is definitely an orb weaver.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I will box it up and ship it to you.
Oh.
Last year we had a bunch of them out at the pig farm.
Sorry, I can
But
do.
yeah,
I can do.
the perfectly circular webs, that, to my knowledge, that indicates an orb weaver.
Yeah.
Like the very traditional looking ones, because it's not a cobweb, it's not a funnel web. Like it's very ordered in its construction. I was actually watching a cool documentary about them the other day. And they are not harmful to humans. It'll be like the equivalent of like a bee sting, but
Yeah.
like, it's like, yeah, if you tick them off, then they might bite you. Otherwise, they're not interested in you. And, they will not actually harm you, to my knowledge. But it's like, don't be like, oh, would you? It's like, yeah, you're going to piss them off. Don't do that.
It's not a tarantula. Don't play with it like one.
Right.
Oh, kitty, kitty, meow.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
And don't feed it to the cat.
No.
Not a good plan.
Well, even the great big huge yellow and black spiders, they even have beautiful webs too that are circular. But I love the zigzag design
in the center.
right
Yeah.
in the center.
And if you touch the web, they go.
Uh-huh.
They start
trying to catch
headbanging.
So I used to catch grasshoppers,
Mm-hmm.
and when we had the banana spiders, I actually would catch a grasshopper and I'd go put it into the web, and it would automatically run down, and I'd pull it back and I'd be like, nope, you wait. And it actually went back up.
See, he's a tease to all spiders. He's a tease to me. He's a tease to them in the wild. He's just a tease to all spiders.
But it let me put it in its web and take my hand away before it moved.
Mm-hmm.
But for some odd reason, it kind of like understood what I was talking about. But I love that thing. I miss it.
Banana spiders are really cool.
Oh,
Charlotte's web, Kevin.
Charlotte was a barn spider.
Scott, that takes,
if I'm not mistaken,
precision, expertise, knowledge, and lots of okay, we'll just call it luck. All right.
Separated. Bless you.
We have a bunch of fisher spiders in the barn. They're huge, and they sit there, just as still as can be. And you don't notice them right away because they're like the same color as every board in the barn. And all of a sudden it'll catch your attention and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
dude,
Has anybody here seen, I think they're called the Boro spiders? I'm fascinated, but I haven't actually seen any of them. We're supposed to be invaded, by them. And apparently they're just as harmless, as the next. But like they're huge. And when they say they're poisonous, yeah, to other insects, not necessarily to us. It's not like they're gigantic black widows or something. But have any of you seen them? Because I haven't.
My friend my childhood friend, he does venomous, and he does all spider, snakes, and all of that stuff. And he always has the most unique spiders ever. And snakes too, but the spiders are always so unique. And I'm almost positive he had one at one point in time, if not, several. He's got all kinds of neat stuff.
Then again, the likelihood of me seeing them is pretty rare because I never go out. It's like, yes, I have to go to work, but other than that, I don't go out, please.
I go out to go to work and to chase the postman down.
I had to sit up at my front gate for like 5 hours waiting on UPS. Because it's, I can't see my gate. It's agriculture on the land. I can't leave it unlocked, so I have to go all the way up to the gate and sit there and wait and hope he comes before, 7 to 10 hours.
Pretty big window.
Oh, it was ridiculous. I think I got up there at 9:30 and he showed up right around noon.
Yeesh.
Yeah. Take
But was it worth it?
Yes, it was a kiln, so yes.
Yeah, that's very much worth it. Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, it was a kiln, so yeah, it was totally worth it.
You gonna start doing pottery?
No, it's a glass kiln.
Oh, the glass one. Okay, I didn't know if you were gonna start making some bowls.
I haven't done pottery in years.
I wish. I mean, I have far too many interests and different things going on in all sorts of different directions. I wish I had the time and the space and the resources to do that because I loved making stuff. Last time I took ceramics was 1997.
Wow.
It was a high school senior year. The final project was the killer project because he gave us, I want to say it was 5 pounds of clay. And he's like, okay, you have to make a functioning teapot and 2 mugs or cups, 2, vessels. And the teapot has to fill up both cups.
Oh, nice.
So, and he's like, you can only use 5 pounds. That's it.
Oh.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, like the scramble that was going on.
Break it in
But
half,
I
and then
managed.
break it in half again.
It was a really cool challenge for the final project. That was fun.
Laura's wanting to know what you're whipping on, Jax.
This is before I got on here, I filmed that we haven't named it all the way yet. There is a poll on my community tab that we are trying to name the next Boggy Creek. This was the challenge from Lynette. So I did another Boggy Creek blankie. And this was, I filmed it and now I have to get it to 37 inches. Oh, I'm doing and I'm using mandala ombre.
Nice. I love that one.
I know, isn't it beautiful? But
by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you wearing shawl in a ball?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yes, sir.
It's like amethyst something, because I'm like, I know that colorway. That is gorgeous.
It is very pretty.
I give you a lot of credit because as much as I love that yarn, it is difficult to work with as far as the fuzzy wuzzies. Like if you have to frog, you are SOL.
Well, I'm trying to think if I did. No, I mean, this pattern is really well done. You can see there's windows and beam stitches. The pattern itself is called The Sum of Its Parts by I Need It Crochet.
Nice.
And it's actually a form-fitted sweater, like swancho. So sweater, like the way she puts it together, it's like a poncho though. But I made it ginormous. I wanted it big and like what is that, like the boyfriend sweater? Where it's like because I got leggings on, so I wanted it big and oversized and so where you could go off the shoulder if I wanted to. So but anyway, so this is the what we're trying to name right now. It's there's only 2 stitches in it. The twins in a stitch, which are 2 doubles in a stitch, and then the rice stitch. So I wanted to do all doubles, but not traditional placement or location of doubles. So they're front post and back post for the rice stitch. And then the twins in a stitch, you're going in between. So it's all landmarky. Like there's not a lot of counting.
That's good.
40-inch square. But the 2 names that I've got so far are the fireside friends throw or the camptastic throw. So go vote. I'm gonna do as soon as I'm finished. I said in the tutorial, as soon as I get to 37, then I'm gonna film the edge and it'll be ready. So by tomorrow, you guys will have your next boggy style tutorial.
Very cool.
Yep. And then after that, it's macaw. The macaw's over here. Macaw.
It's pretty.
I used here, let me pull this one more here. This one, I used that 2 strands. I did 2
That's
strands.
gorgeous.
It is very pretty.
Thank you. They're supposed to emulate feathers.
I can see that.
Yes. It's beautiful.
And then I played around with making, because it was just iris all the way down the spine. It's too plain. So I did some front posts.
Nice.
And
Give it some texture, yeah.
Yeah, did the front posts there to make those little diamond looking. And then the feathers. But then like I said, I held these things. These were the Hirschner's cotton mill ends. And so
Nice.
I had 2 of them. One was white to black, and then the other one was white to red. And so I held them together.
It worked beautifully because you got some great blending going on.
I used an eye-size hook, and I did this in like 2 days.
Beautiful. Very,
Go
very
you.
pretty. Yeah, right?
Scallopy edge. You guys can't see it because it's black. It's like on the black, but there's like a really scallopy edge.
Break out the white leggings.
Right? No, but I really like a white pair of jeans, or like underneath it. I think it'd be really
acid washed.
Yeah. But then see there it is again.
It's really pretty.
And different colors.
Also, you know what? In a different colorway, something more subdued, armadillo plates.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because like they're stacked. Yeah.
Right.
Here it is. I put beads on this one, but this one's solid. And I'm putting beads in the picots. See the little
That's awesome.
bead in the picot? You gotta have decorations.
Fancy.
Just because you taught me. And then I have to say that the purple iguana, that scalloped edge, I put that on everything now. It's almost like an iris, but I do the little, what was it? I can't remember. Was it the dragon scale one? Was it the cloister, Craig?
Well, the one with sort of like a sawtooth edge, that was a dragon.
Yeah, that was beautiful. But I loved how you do the 2 double crochets, chain 1, 2 double crochets, but then you did one where you chained 3 to get up to the next one, or you slip stitched. I've been slip that one and then going into the center, so it really makes it.
Right. I mean, I could go either way on that edging. I mean, like for instance, like with the with like pineapple pieces, I like to chain up 3 and then go into that chain 1 space with the 2 doubles, chain 2 doubles. It creates like another thing that's asymmetric because it's on one side and then it's up on the next row, then it's on that side, etc. But to me, it goes a lot faster than by doing the slip stitch. And if you're not blocking your piece, when you do the slip stitch, it can look a little cattywampus.
Yes. I had to kind of pull.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jen. I was beating myself up over the thumbnail for today's tutorial because I was trying to fit both shawls in side by side, and like the sides of them got cut off, and I was using like the Instagram composition thing, and it's like, they're both wide, and I like tried stacking one on top of the other. That wasn't working because then I would like cut off like the tips of the 2 shawls. I was just like, they'll get the gist.
I told you just fine.
But then in the actual intro, like the 10-second intro that I always do, Like you could actually see the full shawl, the top down and the diagonal. You know, I can't make everybody happy. I acknowledge that. I accept that, but I don't accept my own shortcomings. That's how I am.
Though you really do. In fact, I don't know, did she pop in here? Mama Swift. She just did your pineapple blanket and the pineapple shawl. And we were talking about how much we loved your pineapple because you didn't square it off. You let the tips of that pineapple be like your beautiful little scallopy edge. Or not scallop, like it almost looks chevron-y. And we were talking about the uniqueness of that because usually when you see pineapple stitches, it's always been squared off.
Yeah.
Well, I like the organic approach when it works. I like it. Otherwise, I do like things to be more uniformed and contained and
Right, with the border. Yeah.
combobulated. You know, more. But it depends. It depends.
Yeah.
You know.
There's
But
time
right now, I've just been going crazy with Tunisian work.
Oh. Are you just playing with it for yourself, or are you gonna be putting up some Tunisian tutorials?
Oh, I'm definitely going to be doing some tutorials. You know what? Funny story. I got some double-ended Tunisian crochet hooks. Sometimes they call them crow hooks.
Yeah.
And this is funny. So I found them on Amazon. I was looking at the various reviews and so forth, and of course, it's always a mixed bag with the reviews. You know, some people, they love them. Some people, they're like, oh, they're you know. But I'm like, you know what? I'll take, you know, as they say in ABBA, you know, I'll take a chance on me. So I got them, and these are they. And so, yeah, they do have hooks on both sides, and it was a set of 6. And here's the funny thing, that, you know, it came with these, and then it also came with little carry pouch. These are Knit Pals. And now here's the funny thing that they also added.
Is it a nail file?
An emery board, yeah, because I guess they got enough complaints that there were like rough edges that they're like, yeah, fine, we're just gonna put one in there. I'm like, that's like shooting yourself in the foot. You know, it's like you admitted just how janky your product is, that you actually had to add something in so you could sand your product. Couldn't they have just done that?
Right.
You know, just taken the extra effort and like put out a really good product. Because yes, I did have issues when I was working with these where the yarn was snagging in the cut area. But I'm like, I mean, I can make do, but I shouldn't have to make do.
No.
Right.
And speaking of hooks, I am going to give you guys a really fabulous announcement. This is like the best news that I could have hoped for. This is not me personally, but this is, I'm so tickled pink. Leto Workshop, they're back.
That's the Ukrainian people, right?
Yes.
Oh,
yes, they are back. And they sent me an email message on Etsy, and they said that they were going through a lot of issues, of course, you know, because they're still having issues in the Ukraine. But after 2 years, they were able to revive their business, and they are okay. Yes, they're still going through problems.
Yeah.
But they were able to work something out so that they could continue to do their business. And it's out of a different area. And I was just so taken aback that they remembered me. And they also wanted to send me a couple of hooks. And of course, I was like, Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I couldn't let it go at just that. Oh no, no, no. So I went onto their website. It is lettoworkshop.com. So it's now not on Etsy. Now it's their own website. And so Letto, Letto workshop.com. And now I had to. I went clickety clackety and I went searching through their inventory and I bought 4 myself. Yeah, H, I, J, and K, the sizes that I generally use the most. But they have tons of gorgeousness on there, like seriously gorgeous. Some new styles from when they were last up. And so I ended up buying 4. Now, I will be the first to say, they are not cheap. They are definitely not cheap. The ones that I got, the 4, it was about, I want to say about $280. Yeah.
No different than
Now,
Brian Nelson hooks.
I'm sorry?
It's no different than Brian Nelson wood hooks.
I've never tried those, so I can't vouch. By the way, Russ, I feel like I'm monopolizing the screen. Put us all in.
Well,
like wickedly handmade. Those are all hands.
Okay, thank you. So the thing is that I will be the first to say, no, they are not cheap. They are pricey. But
handcrafted.
if you've been watching my videos, with the exception of the knitting and the Tunisian, I have been using those crochet hooks like exclusively for the past 2 years because I love them so much. That is a testament as far as I'm concerned. I've had them for that length of time. I use them all the time, and I have not had any issues with them whatsoever.
Nice.
They're extremely comfortable. They are gorgeous. I love them. I think they're worth it because it's a tool.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like a skein of yarn that costs you $300 that you use once.
Right.
You know, it's like, no, they're tools that you can use indefinitely for a million different projects. So I think in that regard, it's worth it. Also, I believe in supporting small businesses by all means. And so for me, I would say, yes, it's worth it. It's not in everybody's budget. I totally understand that. But if you can, I would say, yay, do it. And not all of them are that expensive. They do have some that are a bit less, like where it's a metal hook and a wooden handle, etc. But I had to share that news with you guys because I'm just so happy that they are still alive and okay, and they're thriving, and I'm so happy for them. And I wanted to share it with you guys. Now, the order that I put in should arrive sometime this month because it will take a couple of weeks naturally. You know,
Yes.
I'm an impatient little booger, but good things come to those that wait. So I wanted to share that with you guys. You know, I haven't mentioned it anywhere else. So, you know, you guys are the first to know.
Russ and you beat me. I didn't put the .com because I didn't make it a link, but there you go.
I got it up there.
You know, and I absolutely love their product, and they're just such lovely, lovely people. And so I will be doing an unboxing when I finally get them. And yeah, it's a little ray of sunshine in an otherwise gloomy situation.
Yeah. It is definitely a good thing.
Dee from Dee's Creative Hands, she was talking about starting to pour resin hooks too, which I was like, wait, I don't know. Is she still going to do that? Have you heard? Is she still doing it? Spring?
I don't know. I'm doing my resin over, of course, metal hook, but I'm doing.
Oh, you are going to do some resin pours too.
I do the same thing. Yeah.
Let me see what you got the. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. I'm gonna have to talk.
Some of them glow in the dark.
Yeah,
hold on a second.
You know, if I did not realize you were pouring resin too. Oh, it's purple.
Yeah, there's that one. I've got a bunch of them. These were just tests.
What are you charging for that right there?
I don't know yet. I haven't actually. That one glows
So,
green.
do any of them have like willow and unicorn hair, you know, embedded in the middle? And I'm going
No.
Harry Potter on you. I'm going
No.
Ollivander.
Wizards.
Yes, I'm going a little Ollivander on you. I'm sorry.
Didn't know her
No.
one.
Yeah, these are the three I made for myself, just you know, playing around, seeing what I liked, what I didn't like. And of course I had to have one glow in the dark because that's just me.
Yeah,
And
we got it. Oh yeah. Well, you need you need to just let me know when you're ready to put those in the market because I'll test them for you too.
okay.
Thank you, Robin. I really appreciate that.
Awesome, Robin.
Happy
That's
birthday.
wonderful.
Well, it's not your birthday yet.
No.
Well, no,
Birthday
but
month.
if you want to come over and spank me, you can.
Oh,
Ain't
I
gonna
have a large wooden pallet, paddle for that.
oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, at the library, we have a whole bunch of 3D printers, and I was talking to one of the tech people there about seeing if she could 3D print hooks or knitting needles, which could be interesting. I don't know how well it would work, but she's totally willing to give it a whirl and see if it does work. I don't know. We'll see.
Be
That'd be
the
awesome.
yeah, like that's of course is the where I've been breaking mine is right on the right there. I snapped that dog right there. I was like, what the heck? Three of my favorite hooks. I snapped the tip off it. I've never done that before.
She's an aggressive hooker.
Stab. No, I'm actually a very loose. It's.
So you're a loose hooker?
I noticed.
Well, it just went from bad to worse.
Hey! Behave yourself now. It's not dark yet.
Ladies, lock up your sons.
But these they've changed them. The plastic isn't as pliable as the last round I had, so hopefully I won't break this one.
Well, Craig and I are double hookers.
Hooker here.
Oh, but
That's
you got
the kind that you need, Craig.
Are they
The metal ones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're nicer than those bamboo.
What brand are those?
It's from Amazon. They're just an off brand.
Because I did see metal ones that were double-ended, but it was a different size on each end.
Yeah, that's what these are.
How does that help?
Well, because on your forward pass,
Because it needs to be the same size on both sides, though.
No,
is a little thinner or like a little tighter.
Yeah. You don't.
Forward pass is tighter. Backward pass is looser. Or no,
I don't admit.
Forward pass is tighter.
Forward pass is tighter, I think. I don't know. I know that it's common. That's a common thing.
Really?
It's a
Because I
very
thought it was just
common
them
thing.
trying to maximize the number of hook sizes that they could advertise. I didn't realize that was a thing because I always thought it had to be the same size on both sides.
Nope.
Oh, you learn something new every day.
Yeah, it's a common thing and it's used a lot in like making hats and stuff like that with those double-ended hooks. Yep. I just hate Tunisian.
I like it. I mean, if you're using a large enough hook, it's really quite nice. It's when you are using a hook size that you would normally use for that weight of yarn, it's way too tight.
Oh yeah, never. At least 2 sizes bigger.
Yeah. Otherwise,
stand
you might as well just crack open the Excedrin and go to town.
Right.
Yeah, I never knew that.
It'll curl up like no tomorrow.
Cindy, hey, what's up, girl?
Hello, Cindy.
Cindy.
Hello. I did send Cindy the link. If she wanted to come up, she could.
Cindy. Really? You have the link and you're in the chat? What the heck?
She's doing laundry.
Ooh,
okay.
Jessica, start me a bag, girl. Start me a bag. She got me date night.
Ooh.
Right now, I'm working with some Red Heart Super Saver ombre on a project right now, but you don't get to see it because it's a surprise. but I'm using that yarn, but I'm using a size L hook.
Yeah.
Now I am doing Tunisian, but I am using a regular hook. I'm using a size L for a 4-ply worsted. And so,
More
yeah,
like
you need to go up on the hook sizes because this is an 8mm as opposed to my usual 5 or 5.5 or somewhere in that vicinity.
I'm excited. I'm
Scott,
excited.
you can actually use that as a crochet hook. If the little latch lever is gone, you can use that as a crochet hook.
Yeah.
Technically.
I actually use latch hook for it's not the rice stitch, it's the shoot. What stitch is
Well,
it?
so
You
I think
wrap
those are good
around
for
and
like
around and around.
fixing. If you're trying to fix dropped
Drop
loops when you're
stitches.
knitting, drop stitches. Like if you need to like weave through and then pull back up, I've
Yeah.
seen people use those.
Yep.
Yeah.
What is that stitch that I did? You wrap around and around and around and around and around your hook, and then you pull through.
The
Bullion?
screwy looking one.
Yeah,
Bullion?
yeah, the bullion.
Bullion.
I use the latch hook
I
for
prefer
that.
chicken.
Chicken,
Is it chicken
Look,
stitch?
look at chicken bouillon.
Oh yeah.
chicken bouillon.
You can have your chicken, but I want the beef.
The beef. Where's the beef?
Calgon, take me away.
Are we stating ages here?
Yes, we are. Madge, I soaked in it.
Oh no.
And don't forget about the Chinese laundromat couple.
Yeah.
Ancient Chinese secret, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, that's so. Those
Mother of pearl, pearl
Special.
cream made with real pearls.
Sure.
Oil filet.
Yes, no, I was a total TV junkie when I was a wee sprout. Hello.
Hi,
TV
Cindy.
babysitter.
Happy. Yeah, see, I'm in the common room here doing laundry.
Oh, you want us to bring our laundry?
No,
I'm
thank
on
you.
my
So
I've got my mom's.
You can have mine and Jack's and Springs and Craig's.
absolutely.
Oh, well, okay. I don't know if you want to trust me. I might show you little tidbits on YouTube.
That's okay. Show them away.
Russ has got big tidbits.
How would you know?
Yeah, I'm not going there.
I knew you two were close.
TMI.
Careful, Juan might get jealous.
That well, he does have the paddle, so if I get naughty, he can spank me.
Yeah, upside the head.
Well, that's one of them.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness gracious me.
So Craig, I might be not real close, but close enough to your neck of the hoodie. So
Really?
going from Delaware to Florida.
You'll be close.
You mean en route? Because I'm a hop skipping away from both of those.
Right. Well, that's
cool.
what I'm saying. Juan and I, in like the end of February, early March, I'm flying to Delaware. We're filling the truck with Boggy Creek blankets, and then we're going to drive from Delaware to right around, what is that, Orlando area of Florida.
Orlando. Yeah.
But Juan and I already said, hey, we might need to stop near a little island and see a little spider.
You're going down to my neck of the woods, my old stomping grounds.
Well, I would be like well out of your way because like even though like Long Island is like just outside of New York City, like it's like depending upon how you drive, I'm like several hours from the city.
Okay.
It may not look geographically big, but it is actually, it's far.
I was hoping that there was a way for us to see you.
Well, I mean, I would love that, but I mean, like I haven't even been out of my own county since
Come to you and just sit at a coffee shop. We could just sit in the front lawn. You can even leave us outside.
Well, if y'all
Do
were
you
driving a
drive,
U-Haul,
Craig?
I do drive.
Oh, okay.
You know, I definitely do drive, but like, well, the last time I was in the city was, I want to say, in the fall. And that was the first time that I'd been out of my county in like a decade. You know, I want to say, like, I'm pretty much within a 5 to 10 mile radius at any given time of my home. Like, I don't go nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm very much a homebody. You know, I will say, it's like my car, I got it like 4 years ago. I only just capped 9,000 miles the other week.
Wow.
I don't go anywhere. Like, it's going to have the best resale value if I ever go with
Yeah.
that,
Well,
because
Yeah.
there's like no mileage on it.
what better reason to go somewhere then is to come meet us.
You know, I get so skittish when I'm outside of my comfort zone.
Mm.
You know, because there was a like a yarn retreat that was upstate, and I was so tempted to go. This was a while back. David was going.
Yeah.
I thought that's the one you were talking about.
Mhm. Yeah, I was tempted. I really was. I was tempted to go and just be like, you know what? I'll just, you know, brave it. I'll just go. And but no, I didn't. You know.
Thank you, Robin. I appreciate that, darling.
And then next month, my mom, Big Mama Spider, she's going to be going away on a vacation for a week, and I'm going to have a staycation. I'm going to take off from work for a week, and I'm just going to stay at home and, you know, catch up on projects and filming, and maybe try to organize the nest a little better than it currently is, because it's bad. You know. But that's what I did the last time she went away. I had a staycation, and, you know, it was glorious. I loved it.
Party time, Craig.
Hey,
What's that?
Jax,
What'd you say, Spring?
I know how you can get Craig
Linda.
to meet up with you and Juan.
I'm listening.
Put free yarn on the side of the truck.
Oh, we're gonna have lots of that.
No, Russ, that's your bat signal.
Craig, Linda said,
Come with coffee.
party time, Craig.
I will have specialty coffee. How can I tantalize you?
Well, no, actually, one of my neighbors, she's like, you know, she always tells my mom, she's like, you know, when you go away, don't worry, I'll keep an eye out, make sure that he doesn't have any wild, crazy parties or whatever. And I'm like, right, sure, that's totally gonna happen.
Yeah.
And that last time, I gave her a call because I had some sourdough for her, and I prefaced it by saying, okay, so the cage dancers and the go-go dancers, they're going to be here in about an hour. Put your face on, get over here. You know, wear something slinky. You know, no, I don't have company. I don't throw parties. I'm very hermitage like.
Me too.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a simple guy. Last night, though, I was so delighted. I tried making a galette, and it came out so good.
What's that?
So good. A galette is a free-form pie.
Oh.
No pie plate required. And I did cut quite a few corners because I used a store-bought pre-made pie crust. You only need one. And so laid that out, and then I took a can of apple pie filling, only used about half of it, put that in the center, and then folded the excess pie crust over that, brushed it with an egg wash, sprinkled it with a little bit of sugar on top, popped that in the oven at 425 for about 15 minutes.
So it's like an empanada, kind of like it's like a pie calzone.
It was just, well, I mean, you don't actually like seal it closed. Like I imagine you could, but a lot of them, they put so much filling in there that like the center is totally open. Mine, I didn't fill it that much, so it
Yeah.
was very much covered over, but it was so good. Oh my goodness.
Delightful.
It
That's
was
another
absolutely delightful.
yeah, that's another thing you cannot make gluten-free is a good pie crust.
Mm.
You know, but I would like to make my own pie crust, but I mean, like the butter has to be like ice cold.
It does.
You know, otherwise it becomes a ooey gooey mess.
Yeah.
And I would like to, don't get me wrong, I totally would like to. But I wanted to like use all the shortcuts I had available to me. So I'm gonna make another one of those tonight. I'm excited.
So
It's
are
like
you
I Hope
gluten-free?
with Sandra Lee. That was my favorite show.
So are you, Jax, gluten-free, or are you, Craig, or you
Me.
Oh
just?
no,
Oh,
I eat anything. I'm a
Oh,
garbage
you're.
compactor.
Oh, okay.
Gluten and dairy. So I
Oh, for
can't.
you?
Yeah,
Oh,
based things and gluten-free things.
wow.
I'm still kind of new. Still trying to
Mhm.
like alter my recipes and you know, there's certain things that I have not been able to, like biscuits. Did find a good pancake. It's that Bob's Mill pancake mix is very floofy, but I can't stand. They use arrowroot in a lot of gluten-free stuff, and that's all you can taste. And it tastes like I'm eating that kindergarten paste. You know,
Yeah.
I can't. There is something about the taste
Oh
of
wait,
arrowroot.
how would you know?
You know, when you smell that, you know it's like how it's gonna taste like
How
chemical.
do you know what it tastes like? By the way, I did hear, as far as the lactose though, regarding the lactose, I did hear, you might want to look into this, that it depends on the cow.
Yes.
Because there are like two main different kinds of cow. One of them, it will affect you more than the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And it depends on how it's processed.
Yes. Now people have
That's
told me
my thing.
that like British milk across the pond, chocolate from across the pond, that they were. I have like Tracy. She was saying how lactose bothered her, but then over there, like our stuff bothers her, but over there, that stuff doesn't bother her. It's something. It's probably all the chemicals we feed our animals.
I can drink it if it's only gone through the one process or no process, straight from the cow. You know, I'm farmer, so straight from the cow's fine. If it's only one process, fine. But when they go through and turn it into milky water, no, I'm done.
Yeah, well, I was raised on milk right out of the cow. In the morning, it was still warm. My stepmom would skim the cream off the top for the coffee, and then the rest of the milk went, and we drank it every day.
I hear that's good stuff.
Milk in the morning. And if there was milk left at the end of the day, that was my milk before bed. And I never had a problem until we started drinking commercial milk.
Yep.
We have a dairy farm that actually manufactures milk and sells it to the public.
Yeah.
And it's not processed like normal milk.
Yeah.
Right.
It still has the cream
when they don't pasteurize it, and it's like, oh, you
Yep.
kill
It's
all
only
of the nutrients.
homogenized.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
So
it's only homogenized.
Yeah, because there's pasteurized and then there's ultra pasteurized. When I've made my cheese, it can't be ultra. It's like pasteurized, yes, but if it's ultra pasteurized, it's like, yeah, you will not be able to make cheese.
Yeah, because all that beautiful nutrients is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Jen said she didn't like it straight out of the tank. It's like when you drank milk from the store. After drinking milk like that, it tasted like I was drinking water. That.
The pounds.
Hi, little Rose.
Okay.
What time is? Oh man, I gotta go. Let me run to the grocery store and then I'll come back.
Well, we have.
What are you gonna bring us? The birthday cake?
Feed these
we have
monsters.
114 people in here.
Hello, everybody.
I want everybody to throw up a number, and I have a number wrote down.
I knew you were going to do that, Spring.
So this is up for grabs. So 1 through 117. Go. Go,
we
go, go,
we
go.
think too much alike.
It's a curse. All right. Actually, all right. I need to attend to Edgar really quick, and I need to score the bread and pop him in the oven. But I will be back momentarily. Okay.
Okay.
I will be back. So I'm
Sounds
going to
good.
Cam and Mike out, and I will.
I'm
What's that,
gonna run to
Jax?
the grocery store real fast. If you guys are still here when I get back, I'll come back. But if not, I
Oh,
love
See you
you.
I'm
later,
sure he'll
Jax. All
be
right.
on for
I'll be right
6
back.
hours.
I know, right? He'll be here.
I'm just looking for my number.
13. Did anyone call 13 yet?
Oh, jeez.
21.
I'm not seeing my number. I'm seeing close.
47.
I'm seeing close.
42.
All
I
right,
don't
so
know the number. I'm just shouting numbers.
Oh,
88.
we're so close.
I'm going to say top number 116.
Oh,
That's how many balls of yarn.
oh, we're close, but I don't see it.
37.
Up, Chris Whitaker, you got it. That was the number.
Oh,
Email me.
53. Oh,
yeah.
That's how
I
old
said
I am.
53 at
47.
some point.
That's how old I am. I'll be 53 this month.
You're
That's what I
53?
was thinking.
I thought you were 35.
No. So, Chris, email
Chris
me
got
your
it.
address, and this will be in the mail. That will be in the mail.
Congratulations.
Yes. Yay.
You got Russ's balls of yarn.
They're the big ones. They're
They're
the
the big
pounder.
ones.
Actually, it's so when you go to Joann's, it says the pounder, but on the tag, it says more than a pound, which it is. It's 17.6 ounces.
Nice.
I have to, it was my birthday. I had to give some yarn away.
Very nice.
They go together nicely too.
Very much so. There's
Well,
enough there to create an Afghan.
Oh, there's over 2,000 yards there.
Oh, nice.
So if they wanted to make a Boggy Creek blanket, they very well could.
Absolutely.
They could even make a sweater, a hat, and a scarf.
Yeah. Drink your water, everyone.
I'll stick with my coffee, thanks. Filtered water for me.
I know I have to boil my water here for a while.
Really?
So boiled
Filtered.
water.
Filtered through magic beans.
But with Spring, you have well water, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you did.
Yep.
I just
Yeah,
we
well
did too.
water is good.
I've
would
always
rather-
had well water.
Yeah.
So I would prefer well water, even though it sometimes has that iron taste.
Yeah.
To me, I would still prefer that than city water that's got all the chemicals in it.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah. I'd rather not drink the chlorine. Thank you.
And when I go to mom and dad's and turn on their faucet, it's like it smells like pool water.
It does.
It really does.
It does
It smells
to me.
like pool water.
Yep. It does to me too. I can't. My daughter calls coffee bean water. Yes. Bean water. Yeah.
Oh, Norma. There's a lot of good stitches you could, because it's a 4-weight yarn. There's a lot of stitches you could do. It all depends on actually what you like, really. But you it would make a good V-stitch blanket. That's where you have a double crochet, one single, and then one double in the same hole. So you could do that.
He's back.
Hi
Ah,
again. Edgar's okay. You know,
Yay.
he's in the oven right now.
And if you look at Craig, if you go to Craig's website, he has a bunch of blanket tutorials that are in filet crochet. So with the 2 colors and it being a 4-weight and it's soft yarn. Yep.
Which is that?
This is the pound, big twist.
Okay, cool.
I just gave 2 of them away.
Very nice. Who is the lucky winner?
Chris Whittaker, I believe.
Chris
Yep.
Whitaker?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Chris, congratulations, my love. Yes, I see your comments all the time. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
A well-deserved win.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, Russ, I'm using some of the yarn that you sent me. I believe it was for Christmas.
Oh, that's pretty.
Ooh, yes, very pretty.
This is Willow Yarns Wheels. It is 70% acrylic, 30% wool. Colorway is spruce, and it is about 377 yards, and it is a weight of 3. And so I'm balling this up for a project idea that I have in mind. You know, I'm what?
It's green.
Well, there's green and there's blue and there's sort of like a light greenish. You know, my lighting in here is atrocious, but no, it's very pretty. It's very, very pretty. So I was thinking of doing a certain stitch with this particular yarn, because when you're doing a stitch, you have to, like, I don't know if any of you have had this issue, but like you have to be so strategic, because back in the day, way before I was doing YouTube, I was very indiscriminate with what colorway I would use for what project, and it didn't make any sense at all, because I was doing like very textured stitches with an extremely quick change variegated yarn.
So you couldn't
Yeah.
see the stitch, but you could see
No,
the
you
yarn.
couldn't see the texture because of the yarn, and you couldn't enjoy the yarn because of the
Yarn, because
texture.
the texture.
It was like there were like 2 really loud conversations going on simultaneously. And then eventually I learned that if you have a lot of texture, you want to go simple on the color, you know, or if you have a lot of like really elaborate lace work and patterning, go simple on the color. But if you have a very simple stitch, go complex on the color, so that you've got a balance.
Right.
That's
It
something
took me
new
a
for me
long time to
now.
learn that lesson. What's that?
That's something new I never thought about. But it makes sense.
Seriously, it's
Yeah.
a game changer. And it took me a long time to come to that realization, believe you me.
Yeah.
I remember when I first started, I would grab all the colors that attracted to me. It didn't matter what brand they were, because it didn't mean nothing to me. And then later I'm looking and I'm like, wow, I didn't really know they had 3 weights, 2 weights, 1 weights. And so,
I learned that lesson the hard way too, believe you me. I was using like a 3 weight and a 4 weight on the same project. I'm like, why is this all cattywampus? Why is it all warped?
Woo!
Exactly. You know, and also with some yarns, even if it is the same yarn, sometimes there is a slight difference in the thickness. And I've noticed it with Red Heart Super Saver. Like it'll be like the same Red Heart Super Saver, but 2 different colors. And one is just a little bit more pliable than the other.
Yep.
It isn't usually the case, but sometimes it is. So you want to be aware of it when you're picking out your yarn. It's something to be aware of, because it happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think the black is thicker than the white in Red Heart. I think is the 2 that are very noticeable to me. The black is like thick and dense, and the white is just relaxed and a little bit thinner.
And one other thing that I've noticed is that, yeah, with Red Heart Super Saver, yeah, they tout no dye lot, and for the most part, that's true. But if it is a variegated yarn, an ombre, a variegated, there's definitely a dye lot there. Also, one sneaky little exception, the Oxford Gray. The gray
Really?
does have a dye lot, yes.
Hmm.
You know, even though it's a solid color, it does have a dye lot. That is something that I've noticed. And it's not an issue if I know how much to buy, but it is something to be aware of. You know, I mean, I use the yarn all the time. So it's just something that I've picked up with experience from working with it as much as I do. And I use it as much as I do because it is inexpensive, it is accessible, you know, and it's not my, you know, favorite yarn as far as the feel and the texture, but it gets the job done. Especially if you need to work in bulk, it's great, you know. And they've got such a wide range of colors that I really do like it. But there are pros and cons to everything and anything.
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
you just got to weigh it out for what your purpose of, you know, what you're trying to achieve. You know, it's like if you're doing a queen size blanket, you don't want to use, you know, like silk and cashmere. It's like, unless if you got a credit reference and a second mortgage going on, you know, you got to checks and balances, you know.
Or you got a good deal on the fiber and you spin it yourself.
That too.
There's that.
Yes. It's like you got a couple of sheep in the backyard? Sure. No problem.
Exactly. It might take a couple of shearings before you get there, but
my thing is you just find, you know, like Spring or Fiber Spider and just send it to them and say, you know, you deal with it.
really,
You know, I'm too pretty to do all that. I'm delicate.
The
well,
queen of
and
outsourcing.
yeah, exactly. I show you know, we show something and he's like, "Oh, are you sending that to me?"
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
What?
yeah.
Or like I'll be like, oh, I made matcha cookies. He's like, I'll take 3 dozen.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I would
Well,
take one of Spring's woven. No, is that woven or what's the machine you use? Where it's all lined up on a row and then
it's not a machine.
I don't know what it is. You just slide it
I'm
across
the
and all the,
machine.
I'm not sure what it looks.
The
It looks
loom.
beautiful. Tapestry. Is
oh,
it?
she's
The
talking about the
loom.
loom. Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
the
loom.
talking
loom.
about the
I
loom.
take one of those makes anytime.
The woven the loom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, Spring, I tell you
It's
what, whenever I do like make something in the kitchen and he's like, oh, I'll take whatever it is. I'm like, okay, come on over and you can have
uh-huh.
it.
Right. Right.
You know,
Come on over and yes, I will totally give you whatever it is. Just this ain't
Yeah.
no Grubhub.
No. Mm-mm.
yeah, it should
No.
be. Hello.
I took great pleasure, Craig, earlier. You know, he was talking about how Kevin brought him this really awesome chocolate espresso cookie, and I had that great pleasure of going, "Where's mine? I'll
Mm-hmm.
take that. That's mine."
Uh-oh.
You
Oh,
can you
there we
can
go.
have
Reverse the
it.
role for once.
You know what? I will be more than happy to send it to you, but
Here they are, Spring.
Oh, wow.
Yay,
Okay.
Where's
Kevin!
mine? Where's
take
mine?
one. Take
Beautiful.
one. Take
I
it.
thought you just said one cookie. I didn't know you had like 5 dozen
Oh,
in there.
get out of
There's
there.
not
That's
five
mine.
dozen.
No,
Russ, you're gonna start a stampede.
that's right.
And there's brownies in the kitchen.
Oh, I'll take one of them too.
Oh,
Can you frost them?
You
yum.
Frost.
spoiled little witch.
Really?
I made
Where's your
Kevin!
tiara and your scepter?
Not for mine, please.
You are
Yvette
a
says, I want
spoiled little man.
It's my birthday.
It's
His
not
whip is
yet.
going.
See, the whole month of August is my birthday.
Oh, you're one of those.
Yeah, right? I'm
So
like,
the
did it
entire
pass
month
already?
belongs to me. Even though Kevin's birthday is in August, It's August still belongs to me because I'm older.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
Kevin, that
bakery
looks
over there.
awesome. I got the coffee. I'm ready.
Oh, did you say you're making me a cup of coffee?
No.
Oh,
I thought that's
What?
what he said.
really?
Yeah, he said something about making me a cup of cappuccino.
Shame
I
on you.
didn't hear that.
I
Yeah,
did not either.
I didn't hear that either. Clean the wax.
I did. That's why I heard it.
Oh,
when he's when
This
he
is
says
too much.
no,
I need to go. No, my laundry is done, so I need to.
No
okay,
worries.
Thank you, darling.
I may pop up again. Who knows?
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Good to see you.
Now I
Bye.
Yeah,
gotta.
Rose, some people, they have wishful thinking. You've got wishful hearing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
Selective.
when when he says no, it's yes, darling. I'll get right on that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's my
What
birthday.
is that? Oh, Tay.
Yeah, right.
But it's my birthday.
Excuses.
It's no, yours is done and gone. It's mine. See,
Oh
Kevin
my
has
gosh.
from August 7th to August 7th. Russ has from August 1st to August 31st.
Well, are we greedy?
Nope. I'm special.
A special.
I'm special.
Okay, Russ.
That is one way of putting it.
Uh-huh.
Well, you know what? It's my channel and I can have it any way I want it.
It's my party.
And cry if I want to, cry if I want to, cry if I want
That's
to.
right.
You would cry too if it happened to you. Do, 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 do.
See? Now you're in the spirit. So why don't you send me 3 dozen matcha cookies?
Oh, geez.
Just saying.
You got such a case of the gimme gimmies.
He does. My
But
goodness.
who was it the other night that offered to send you a bunch of yarn and you said no, thank you?
Right. No, because I mean, like, well, no, I know you. No, I know you. You don't just send yarn. No, you like the whole U-Haul and forklift and like you. I love you, but you do not know how to do things in moderation.
Littles.
I do too. It's moderately big. That's a moderation.
It's like you've got a moderate 2.0 on the Richter scale. Just, moderate,
Well, hey. You always told me go big or go home, so I go big.
No, I emphasized go home.
Yeah.
Well, I do go home after I'm done shopping for yarn.
And then he brings it home, and the boxes are 20,000 times the size of the cat. That picture, I was dying laughing. I'm like,
well, the
look at
cats
the
are all
size of the
perched
cat.
around, guarding it, like, this is my new home. Mew, mew, mew.
Oh my gosh, the cat is this big compared to these boxes.
It's like a condominium complex, it's their own little Hilton, and I'm sorry that you had to go through such issue, with the shipping
Yes.
lately. I mean, I
Uh-huh.
sort of had my own, which was interesting lately. Like usually I have no issues with Amazon. Usually they're very, very good. Usually. Yeah, that's the key word. The last 2 packages that I had delivered, the hooks, the double-ended Tunisians, they were not. This was interesting. They weren't at my door. They were at my neighbor's door 2 houses down. Well, I live in a complex of sorts. So it was like it was two units down, and I was like, okay, they got the street right, you know. And then the thing is, technically speaking, there are two entrances. There's the like the main entrance on the road, and then there's the back entrance, and you have to go like through sidewalks and so forth to get to the back entrance. My last package was left back there,
Oh, gee.
and fortunately, I had the forethought to get in touch with my neighbor. I'm like, yeah, it is pouring rain. Would you mind just taking a look? Yeah, it wasn't even underneath the overhang. It was just like, you know, yeah. I'm
Oh
like,
my gosh.
real good, real
Mm.
good. Yeah. But fortunately, you know, it wasn't damaged or anything like that. It was another board game. You know, it's like, yes, cardboard and rain do not mix.
Oh, no. No.
I mean, it was in plastic and so forth, but that's not the point. So, but like, I did get my packages. It was just like, okay, what is going on with them as of late? Because I never get packages delivered back there.
That's so
Um,
strange.
C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. Isn't that from Sesame Street?
Yeah, that's the Cookie Monster
Yeah.
song.
The Cookie Monster. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Must have been
So
in
as for
the
cookie,
SPS.
it's good enough for me. See, I prefer the you got to put down the ducky if you want to play the saxophone.
Oh, Robin says she works for Amazon Flex, and they don't train very well.
Mm.
Well, usually, like I said, usually I do not have any problems, and considering the nonsense that they have to go through, especially the drivers and so forth, I give a lot of credit and I give a lot of leeway because I know that the standards are, from what I have heard in the reports, the standards are ridiculously high with the productivity and the quotas and everything like that. So I can give a lot of leeway and a lot of credit. But it was just like these weird anomalies where it's like, what's happening here? You know?
Ours aren't very good. That kiln that I was talking about, it's yeah, it was not, it was packaged by UPS, shipped by UPS, and when he pulled up out there, I heard him go to the back of his truck, and then I heard this, the thunk, the thunk, the thunk, the thunk. He flipped my box with my kiln bouncing around in it, end over end over end, all the way to the front of the truck. Yeah, some of my fire brick is broke. Yeah, he goes, it's bouncing around in here. It's got some weight to it. And I'm like, you think? Yeah, idiot. Stop. It had one layer, thin layer of bubble wrap around it in a box, and it just
No.
yeah, the housing for the electrical department, apartment of it, the part of it, the housing, I mean, it's superficial because it's just the housing, but it's bent over. The hinge on the back is bent. The fire
No.
brick on the back that attaches to the hinge is
Did you call
broke.
them to task on it?
I called we talked to the seller and she placed a claim. So we're waiting on that. It's like another 6 days before we hear anything.
I'm so sorry. That sucks. Because I'm sure
Oh,
that you are so looking forward to it.
yeah, I can't even use it right now because it has to stay the way it is until we get something back on the report. But yeah,
Ugh.
he literally was gonna flip it down the stairs to me, and I'm like, no. That's a very expensive piece of equipment. Please don't do that.
What
Stop.
kind of crack are they smoking? That's
A
awful.
lot. A lot. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah, I was really looking forward to making some bigger projects and getting them in the kiln. And yeah, well, that ain't happening now for a little bit.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm sure it still works fine, but it does need a couple bricks replaced now. But yeah, that was not fun.
Well, that
Oh.
is one thing that I will say. You know, yeah, I'm gonna talk about Leto again, but that is one thing I will say, that when they shipped those to me that last time, couple of years ago, they were so well cocooned.
That's awesome.
They were so well wrapped. Like they could have been blasted with a meteorite and they would have been fine. Like they were so well protected and wrapped in bubble wrap, and like it took me a while to get in there, I remember. So like they take precautions and they take pride. So I'm every bit confident that
Awesome.
they will get to me in one piece. I have no qualms about that. But I'm just so sorry that happened to you.
Thanks,
It's
Mitchie.
crazy. I mean, it's
It is.
ridiculous. People don't think about, other people's belongings being in that box, apparently.
Mm.
Yeah.
And you would think that they would ask for some help or something.
Oh no. He said, it's a little heavy. You want me to help you? And I'm like, no, please don't touch it anymore. I've got it.
No, if that's your definition of help, no.
No, thank you. You stay right
No.
there. I got it.
You've helped enough.
Yeah, exactly. Even the box was busted open from him flipping it around in there. I'm like, geez, do you realize how expensive that piece of equipment is that you're flipping around?
Yes, you could help me. You could help me with your employee badge number, and so that I can garnish your wages for all the damages that you gave me.
Thankfully, she did put $1,000, at least, was able to put $1,000 insurance on it. So
Good.
that helps. But yeah, it was quite interesting. I'm like, man, if I wouldn't have been up there, he would have tossed it over my gate. Like,
yeah, you're giving me the cringes. It's like
yeah. No, thank you.
Michelle, I can't bring you up, darling, until your camera's on. Your camera's not on, so I can't bring you up.
Meaty. Our biggest problem is we're so rural, out here in the middle of nowhere up on top of the mountain. This farm did not have an address until we bought it. So we had to call 911 and get an address made for this land.
wow.
So when things get delivered, it could end up anywhere on the mountain. They have no idea.
Wow.
Well, I'm kind of envious because, like, with where I live, it's like, there's people everywhere.
Oh. No. What the first, I don't know, I want to say like the first 2 or 3 actual shipments that we had come in, the driver, we had to go find the driver, and he's like, I didn't know anybody lived over there. Like, well, now you do.
I'm so mad right now.
Hey, Sean.
Hi, honey. So I said to email it to me because I finally got my husband's laptop to set up to do the live on, or to do lives on, so that way I can actually hear. And the app that I was using, it wouldn't. Since it wouldn't let you email me, I had to try to oh my gosh, like sign in to this other application, and then I tried to sign into my Facebook on the laptop, so that way you could just because since it's via messenger. I'm just so angry right now, but it's fine.
But you're here now. You're here.
I know. This phone's camera is so junk, so I apologize.
Actually, you look clear.
Is it?
Yeah.
To me, you're clear.
Crystal clear.
Okay, well maybe it was my Wi-Fi then on that one.
Hi.
Scrimshaw Rose says you look nice tonight, Shell.
Oh, so funny story. So earlier today, I had a watermelon festival to go to with a friend of mine. So I decided to put makeup on. And this is honest, hand to God, my natural color, okay? And it really is. Like, I'm not washed out. This is my color. And then so I did my makeup and stuff, and Fluffy, what's her name, Russ? Fluffy
butt crochet, something like that. No, that's Fuzzy.
Fluffy. I always just call her Fluffy. So Fluffy.
Yeah, I can't.
Give me a minute. I can look because she commented on my last video.
I can't think of it either.
just Fluffy Quilting.
Yes.
And she said, I love this look. She said it's vampiric. I used to like to read vampire stories from a few years ago. I was like, girl, this is just my skin tone.
Yeah.
I was like, if
Well,
I, you know,
not for nothing, I was thinking a little more Tisha Adams, but I love the Adams family. So it's actually complimentary. It's not derogatory in any which way because I love the Adams family, and I love, like I back in the day, I used to be goth. Believe it or not. You too, Spurn?
Still
I had black fingernails. I had the black leather trench coat. I had like this was like in the days of the Matrix. I had the little like Neo sunglasses. They weren't pince-nez, but what can you do? I had a Pink Floyd The Wall lunchbox. I would wear handcuffs, both on one wrist as like a bracelet. Like I was my Doc Martens.
Doc Martens.
Not to the knee, but it was like, half the shin up. It's like, they're like the 20 eyelet Docs. Yeah.
And
I was goth.
And see, in my high school, the goth shoe was the Converse, those lace up to your knee Converse.
Ah.
Yeah. See, mine were military style when I was major goth in high school. Mine were military style boots.
Yeah. Well, she goes, so your pale foundation and your red lip are a whole mood. I was like, well, because see, here's the thing, right? I have a bunch of freckles and my face itself is like discolored from scarring. And then I get like this flush and just get red. I have terrible skin. So when I actually put on my foundation that matches it and it takes all that away and I have that porcelain looking skin, it's like Fiber says, I'm like a whole Addams family.
But they're cool though.
I could go to a professional makeup artist and it would still come out looking the same way. And it's just I have like the pale skin and then like the black hair, so there's really not much I can do about it. It just made me laugh so hard.
You rock it, But then, like you could go a step further and then like you could do sort of like, the broken China doll thing, and you have like you pencil in like a crack going down your forehead, like just like a couple of like hairline cracks, and then get some like really cool contact lenses so you can have like the doll eyes thing going on. Like work it.
Absolutely. I like those ones that are all blackout. What are they called? Sclera, yeah.
Well, I mean, back in the day, those contact lenses, they used to be made out of glass. And you couldn't see through them. And so, great example, there was a movie called The Evil Dead, and they had glass sclera lenses for when the people were possessed by demons. And one of them, she was attacking Bruce Campbell, the lead. She was attacking him with a large knife. What?
With the Necronomicon?
Yeah. She was attacking him with a large knife, and she was coming at him. She couldn't see a thing, so he was really trying to defend himself because she was like waving wildly with this knife, and she couldn't see a dang thing.
That's like me without my one lens that I have to wear. I can't see
that guy. Sorry, that guy's name was Bruce
Campbell.
Bruce Campbell. Yeah. Did you know that he made like a little series afterwards too. There's a little Evil Dead series.
Yeah, Ash versus
It's
the Evil Dead. Yeah, I never
Yeah.
watched that, but I mean, I did see Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness. You know, they're so
Definitely a little bit
schlocky,
Army of
but
Darkness,
I
yeah.
can't recommend them enough. They are just as much horror and gore as they are comedy. You know, they were trying to be scary, but they had to get like the spoofy stuff.
I love it.
If you ever get a chance, watch the original movie, but with the commentary on it, it's hysterical because, you know, he goes into like all of like the behind the scenes special effects, you know, kookiness. It's such a classic, you know, and he rips on it the entire time. The Raimis, they did such a wonderful job with that. You know, and there were a whole bunch of movies that they did prior to when he like really made it big with Spider-Man. You know, there was another one, it was called The Intruder, and it was a bunch of teens and 20-somethings in a grocery store during the night shift, and they were like restocking the store, and there's a mystery killer picking them off one by one in typical 1980s slasher movie fashion. And Bruce Campbell has like this itty bitty little cameo at the very end of the movie for all of like maybe 5 minutes, and he was in the credits. I'm like, you were in there for like 5 seconds, like you can't like claim.
I love Bruce Campbell. I love him so much.
He is Mr. Chin, you know, like him and Jay Leno. It's like, you know, that they got these really prominent chins.
Jay Leno.
Yes.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah.
So I'm gonna interrupt everybody for a second.
Go ahead. What's that?
Well, it's my birthday,
Yes.
and I need people
Yeah.
to pick a number
Uh-oh.
between 1 and 111,
Shush.
and the first number I see that's correct, they're getting a gift.
Oh.
So go
Are
ahead,
we
guys.
allowed to do it too?
1 through 100. Well, now it's 112.
42.
You have to write it down.
42.
Oh, we have to write it down.
Up, we got someone close.
42 is one of my favorite numbers.
Oh, someone's close.
It's the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. According to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I love that one too.
I only quote the best.
I'm not seeing it. We had people dancing around it. Not seeing it. Oh, we got it.
Who was it? Are you kidding me? I picked 8. I picked 8. You gotta be kidding me.
You picked 7.
Sure.
You picked 7.
7, yeah, you're right. 7, you're right. That's what I meant.
As soon as I seen the 7, I said somebody's
That's
close.
what I meant. Because my birthday is March 7th of 88. I should have picked 3, 7, and then 8. I would have gone on.
Well, the reason how I picked 8
Boy,
is because that's how old I was when I started to crochet.
Aha.
Oh.
Very nice.
So I have this box is sealed.
Oh.
I don't remember what's in it.
Well,
But-
congratulations, Lorraine.
So, Lorraine, I am going to show you what you won.
Ah.
Yeah, my
Email
other
me.
favorite number is 451.
go way down.
So go ahead and email me, Lorraine.
Ray Bradbury,
So that way I
Fahrenheit 451. I always have a reference in there somewhere.
That'd be like 867 or something.
Oh wow! I forgot I even had this. This is really nice.
What is it? Stanley?
Mm.
You already know it's yarn.
Well, it gotta be, yeah.
Come on.
Come on.
Work with us, Russ. Work with us.
I'm trying, but
Work it, girl.
Shake it.
Woo.
Whoa! Anniversary. It's not
Dang.
the anniversary. It's a birthday.
Good God.
but
Yeah,
it's my
it is the
2-year
same.
anniversary.
Yeah, that's a channel anniversary. So there you go. All right. Sweet.
1,061 yards, 100% acrylic, and it's a bulky 6,
Damn.
soft,
Nice.
and they do not make this color anymore.
Well, to get
Is it
a bulky weight in that much yardage, that's good, because usually you get so chinsed out on the yardage. If it's heavier than a 4, they
4.
chintz you. But that's
Yeah.
good.
That is awesome.
I would say that's like good for a throw.
So a couple years ago, Michael's had the anniversary cakes because Karen brought them back out. After, I guess they didn't have them for a while,
Mm-hmm.
or for a number of years, and they come back out with them, and so I was buying them up.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's why none of us could get them.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You
Whenever-
stockpile.
well,
Whenever I go on to Hirschner's to order something and they don't have it in stock, I'm always cussing Russ under my breath.
Yep.
Every time.
well, you
Mhm.
know, if it's out of stock at Hirschner's, it's probably in stock at Russ's.
Exactly.
Probably so.
More than likely.
But
So-
so,
That's awesome.
oh my gosh, I lost my train of thought.
The train of thought left the station without you?
It did.
Uh-oh.
Russell, you got a haircut.
Yes,
I
he did.
I even shaved for the occasion.
Very dapper.
I thought I was the only one that used that word. I love that word.
Oh, now I
Dapper?
remember
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Dapper Dan. I'm a Dapper Dan man.
Dan.
So one thing's for certain, though. You can't blame me for something being out of stock at Premier.
Yes, we can.
Oh yeah. Matter of fact,
Wow.
you are the number. What's that? Enemy number 1.
That's shipping.
Now I will take the blame for something being out of stock at Hirschner's, but you know, hey,
That is pretty. Let's see it, Shell. Hold it up, girl.
what you got, Cheryl?
Actually, this is one of yours, Craig.
It's gorgeous. What are you using? Because that is a lovely mix of colors.
Mm-hmm.
So my channel and I, the girls, we all decided that we wanted to do like a make along, and we're doing your granny star pattern.
Oh, thank
And,
you.
I'm using Red Heart Super Saver Biddy stripes in Sunset. That's what I'm using, and it's gorgeous. And the girls wanted, whenever we get done making them, they wanted to email you pictures of the blankets when we get done with them.
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Because I told them, I was like, well, let's make something together as a group, you know? Not a crochet along, because I don't want to do a tutorial. But, like, we can just all pick a pattern and just do it. And then you guys can post up on my Facebook page and just, you know, like a little bit of a hangout session for everybody. And they're like, let's email the pictures to Fiber Spider when we get done. I was like, okay.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't have a public email address. Like I've never made like I have my personal email address, but I've never made like a Fiber Spider email address as of yet. I might. I never have though. I know. Well, when it comes to like social media, like I used to do Facebook, I used to do Instagram, but there's no way that a little spider like me can keep up with all of that and keep up with all the projects and everything. So I let those fall to the wayside. Shame on me, I know, but prioritizing, you know. But
I'll do
no, I might
I'll
do
do
that, like
some.
actually create an email address. I might, you know, don't hold me to it, but it is something that I should consider, I know. Unfortunately, I have to go attend to Edgar.
And
I need,
do.
what is
Love
that?
it.
This is my
That is
very
real.
first blown project.
That is gorgeousness. That is really, really pretty. All right, I will be back.
Okay.
I will be back. Yeah, it's all eyes on you, honey.
No.
All right,
No.
I will be back. I just have to go attend to Edgar. I'll be back.
I want to see all the pretties.
It's my very first blown project.
Oh, it's
Fun!
Hi.
beautiful.
So, very first blown glass project that I did.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And you said you're sending me that for my birthday?
No. Unfortunately, no, not this one. Absolutely not.
Now,
No.
are you sure?
No, not this one. This is my Miami Hurricanes and orange and green and all the things. Juan's here. Gotta say it.
All
All
the
the
things.
things.
Thank
All
you.
the
Howdy,
things.
Juan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. So I gotta make
Hi,
myself big
Peter.
here for a minute. Look at this pretty.
Oh, so pretty.
Look at that pretty.
Is that Woodsy? Is that one called Woodsy?
I don't know.
I think it is. I think maybe.
Thank you,
So
everyone.
I have
That's pretty.
I do have yarn connections. Go figure,
Nope.
right?
Or
So I emailed my person and they're going to, because they don't make this color anymore, but evidently there's still some around. So the person is going to look for me to see if they can get that for me. And I told them how many I wanted.
It's a beautiful colorway. What's the
Oh,
name
it's
of
gorgeous.
Very pretty.
Do you know the name of the company of the yarn? Like Red Heart, Premier, Basics?
Oh, it's Red Heart.
yeah,
Oh,
I think that's the one. I think it's called Woodsy by Red Heart. I think, or something to that effect. I've lost my bottle of water somewhere.
And I've got. I should have grabbed it while I was in here.
Nope. I thought I might have had some, but I don't.
it's not fall. It's not the fall multi.
It's
I have
No,
some
it
of that in my. I think it's the fall shades, right?
Maybe.
It's
I'm
got
gonna take
some,
the camera to my stash. Hold on, because I have some in my wall. Hold on.
so
Yeah.
it's got kind
Yeah.
of
It
Oh,
is.
wait.
green and orange.
green, orange. It actually
No,
it's got like 3 different greens. It's got
Greens.
some
Yeah,
reddish.
he's right.
some-
It's the fall multi. He's right.
It's right.
It's
I have
cool.
look. I have some right here.
Oh my goodness.
Mhm.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you do.
Well,
And
no,
pretty close.
I don't think
It's-
that's the exact same as Russ's.
Not quite. It's close.
no, that's the only one that I have that's similar to that. But yours might be a vintage one, maybe.
I'm leaning towards it being vintage,
Yeah.
but I'm also trying to get more of this.
Oh yes. Yes.
That's the one I have, isn't it, Russ?
Left.
Red Heart Super Saver. I know that
Latte.
colorway.
Cafe
What's
That's
this
latte.
one, Craig?
Latte
I've used
stripe.
that one too.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the one that I have, the latte stripes. Yeah.
This
Really pretty.
yeah.
The latte.
Yep. It's the latte.
Gorgeous colorway.
Hi, Craig.
That's the one that
Hello.
I'm making your. That's the colorway I'm making your chicken out of, Russ.
Craig, do you know what colorway this might be?
Close up. Well, I want to say fall, but you know, well, because I mean, Russ,
Yeah.
camera.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Is
that's.
that
I
it?
think it's the damn.
Yeah,
Because
that looks
this
like
one's fall.
about it.
This one's fall.
Yeah.
So that
Juan was right. This is fall, and of course, yes, I just happened to have it like immediately, you know, on hand, like right next to me. Of course, I do.
How does it feel
Love that.
getting to pull a Russ when you can just reach over and?
Beautiful colors.
but you
They
know,
are.
Thanks.
so I spent like 2 days cleaning around my table. So I don't have near the yarn where I can just reach over and grab anymore. So I actually now have to go to the living room to get it. I've got a little bit of yarn.
You got it over in your compound, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. The struggle's real, isn't it?
I can
Well,
relate.
see, Russ doesn't have a compound in Waco. He's got a compound in Wacko.
Right.
So poor Kevin's probably going to have to stop at Lowe's and get me another 10 totes.
Uh-huh.
You know what? I
Nothing
figured
wrong with wishful thinking.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I've got a little under 10 minutes and then I have to take Edgar out of the oven. I took his cover off and now I have to, you know, let him crisp up a little bit, get a little golden, and then he'll finally be done. And then you will have my undivided attention.
We
Sorry.
have to taste that. We have to taste Edgar.
Yes.
That sounds so wrong, Juan.
if anybody wasn't already
I can't
privy
help
to this conversation, there would probably be a lot of word citizens.
Craig, Scott has a question for you.
Food of the Gods. Now, okay, that one, it does ring a bell. There was also like Village of the Giants. There was also another one called The Stuff. Food of the Gods, I want to say it was like this food stuff that made animals like really, really, really huge and big, and they were going to use it to solve the food crisis. And of course, you know, having chickens that are, you know, 300 pounds and they're really, really big could be an issue.
That's a carnivore dream.
You know, but no, Edgar, he is such a marvel. You know, it never ceases to amaze me, quite frankly. Absolutely love working with the sourdough.
That's so awesome. You've had
Russ,
Edgar for how long now? How long have you had Edgar?
Since about my birthday. It was in, I want to say like mid-February.
Wow.
I mean, some people have their starters for years, decades, you know, and they just keep them going.
It's a hobby.
Taking some off, yeah.
I love that. So
You know, I mean, I've seen some listings where they say that their starter is from the Middle Ages. It's from the era of, you know, the bubonic plague. It's from, you know, ancient Egypt. It's like, and where's the carbon dating proof? Like, I mean, come on. Like,
Right.
I would like to believe that, but kind of hard for me to believe.
right. Just saying, like. Anyway, I do
Yeah.
want, before I forget, oh yes, I redid. So I cleaned. I was up until 3:30 in the morning, and I cleaned. All of this was on the floor, in boxes, in bins. I had to climb and crawl around this entire room. I finally got the entire wall completely put back together again.
Gorgeous.
Good job.
I redid it. I still have yarn and things, but I cleaned. But I wanted
for
to
you.
say, Russ, before I forget, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yes, happy birthday.
Early birthday.
Well, my birthday's on
anniversary.
Every day this month.
So my birthday is on the 26th of August, but I always hold my anniversary and birthday together in one celebration.
Okay.
And you missed it because Lorraine just won a Karen cake anniversary.
I love that for her. What colorway?
A beautiful one.
It was
Well, they're all
brown
great.
and white, I think, maybe.
What?
It's that one.
Turn it the other way. Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, it's super
What's
pretty.
the name of that one?
It is called
Like the browns.
Pelican.
Love that. Love that for Lorraine. Congratulations, Lorraine. You're going to love it. It's all the things. 8mm crochet hook. So good.
Beautiful. Pretty.
All right.
Oh,
I have
and
to go. I have
I'm
to go
working.
attend to Edgar one last time. I will
Alright,
be
go
right
ahead.
back.
All right, we'll see you. I'll wait
No,
till you
I
come back.
was saying, I finally started in with my Afghan yarn.
Nice.
How you like it?
First
How you
of
like it?
all, it is so bleeping bleepity bleepy soft. Okay. It is like
That's
so I've got the I went on and ordered the what one is this? Is this this was either neutrals or browns, Russ, do you remember?
Yeah, that's the neutrals.
Neutrals. And then I got this was the oranges.
Yep.
Ooh.
And then this is the greens. Oh, where is it?
Green.
That's what Russ gifted me. So I've got I don't know how to put it, like the oranges, the greens, and then the neutrals. These are all going in to a blanket. And I'm starting it now, but it's so tiny and so fiddly. Fiber Spider should know. Where's my camera? What this is? It's it's his tutorial. It's the rectangular Bavarian. And I wanted to do it for so long, but the 4-weight yarn and stuff makes it super, super, super thick and super heavy. So that's what I wanted the Afghan for, was to, because it's so much more lightweight, to do that Bavarian stitch with. Now it's gonna be a little bit more of a chore because I have to use like a 3 or 3.5mm crochet hook for this yarn. So it makes them like kind of like small motifs or whatever. And it's a little fiddly, but I think that super lightweight Afghan yarn will work out a lot better for this pattern. Because I can't do hot. I cannot do thick and heavy blankets. That's just no. No. I'm good.
That's why I like the Afghan yarn, because you can make them really, really big, but you don't have the weight.
Yeah, it's not heavy and it doesn't suffocate you.
Yeah.
I'm the exact opposite. I love fat hooks, fat stitches, doubling up the yarns, tripling up the yarns. I love all the things. But you know what? It takes discipline to work with the thin yarns. It really does. Because it's not as easy as it is with a bigger hook. Because you can just go to town with the big hook. So I admire those who can work with those thinner yarns.
I'm a DK
Yeah,
and under.
I'm not sure why it's so hard to hear me.
I'm not having anything hearing you.
Me neither.
But everybody in the chat can hear everybody else, but they can't hear me. And I don't understand why.
I hear you fine.
Yeah. I can actually hear for once now.
I'm back. Finally, sorry for all the interruptions and the delay. I'm sorry.
Were you even gone?
Yeah, he went to go check on Edgar. You know
How's
what?
Edgar doing? Is Edgar good? Is Edgar good, Craig? Being Have?
Hold on, I got something.
Yes, he's fine. The bread is all finished. Now it just has to cool down before I can cut him open.
Oh my gosh.
So good. Love it.
All right. I'm gonna hop off.
Okay, darling. You have a good night.
You too.
Bye,
Bye.
Spring.
Love
Bye,
y'all.
darling.
Bye.
Love
Bye,
you.
Spring.
Bye.
I really hope I did that right. I don't know if I did.
Russ, you
So
are
what are
always
you working
right.
on, Juan?
So listen, I'm working on a Boggy Creek blanket, right? So
Uh-huh.
this pattern is from Mama Swift. She has entrusted me with her pattern to do a tutorial because she's coming back up. She pressed her button, but she's not set up for tutorials just yet. So she asked me, can you do the tutorial? Now listen, in true fashion, you know, I can't just use one strand of yarn. I got to be different. So I am running 2 yarns together. And
Ooh, look at you.
I'm doing the log cabin Boggy Creek blanket from Mama
Cool.
Swift. And so, yeah, I'm running my own scrap cakes. I'm doing all the things like, say, I make these scrap cakes with my leftover yarns, and I make these beautiful things called Boggy Creek blankets.
Cool.
So there's that, but also don't take me out. Wait, I want to show you this. So the birthday gift that you got me,
I was going to ask you if you've been making any use with them.
I've been making beautiful things with the things.
Oh, I'm
My
so
yarn is
happy.
wrapped around my table, but my Chaigu red lace, and I've been making this. It's not perfect. I dropped a stitch. I don't know how to pick it back up, so I'm just going to leave it go. It's for the house. You see that one right there? You see how I
That's
dropped the
okay.
stitch? But I'm proud of it.
You should be. I'm proud of you, you know, because I know that it can be very daunting at first.
Yeah. And I didn't want to do just this little project with only like 25. I cast on 100.
That's you. You go big or you go home.
That's right. I'm already home, so I just have to go big, and that's it. So, yeah. Thank you for the birthday gift, Craig. Seriously, thank you so much.
You are seriously very welcome.
So,
well, I mean, it was on your wish list, so I mean, I figured it was a safe bet.
It was a very safe bet. It made me very happy. So thank you.
Well, you are very, very welcome. And that way, also, the nice thing about the circulars is if you're doing a flat piece, you can do any, like width piece you want as long as the cord is long enough. So you could do like something that's really narrow or something that's really wide. It just, the cord is, the only issue. If you're working in the round, then you need a much smaller cord.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to ever knit a hat, and if you were knitting it with circulars, you would want 16-inch probably total. That's including the length of the needles.
Wow.
And then so like with 16 inches, the needle size and then the cord length, as long as that's 16 inches, yes, you could totally do a hat, no problem. And then you might want to transfer over to DPNs if you wanted to do decreasing for the crown. Or you could just do sort of like a slouch closure, like a cinch. Like you run the yarn through all of your stitches and you cinch it closed. If you wanted more of like a slouch hat, which is acceptable, it just depends on your style. Or you could get DPNs of the same size needle and do it that way.
Nice. So when am I no longer a baby knitter, Craig?
When are you well, I would say you are no longer a baby knitter. It really, that sounds like a personal
I don't
demarcation.
know where the line of the sand is, Craig.
What? The line in the sand?
Yes. When do I cross that and say, I know that I may not be great, but I know enough to carry my needles.
Be right back.
Hey, Shell. I would say finish a project. If you can finish what?
Any project?
Yeah, finish a project, and then you will not be a baby knitter. You will be a toddler knitter.
I love that. Okay, I look forward to being a toddler knitter. It's
okay. As long as you just bypass the terrible twos, please. Okay. I can't imagine seeing you having a temper tantrum. I want Chogo now.
Right. It's annoying because when I'm knitting, I look at the materials and it doesn't compute for me because I'm a right-handed knitter and I'm a left-handed crocheter.
Well, wait, the yarn you have in which hand? Like the yarn that you're working, which hand do you use?
My right hand.
Me too. Well, because there's flicking and then there's picking, because if like for the life of me, I will never be able to remember this, the difference between English and continental. Okay. Some people, they have the working yarn in their left hand. I always have the working yarn in my right hand. Now,
Okay.
a lot of people say that, if it's in your left hand, it's faster, it's easier, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've tried it, and I'm just, I think if you are a lefty, then working it in your left hand would be easier and more instinctive. But because I'm a righty, I was just work the working yarn in my right hand. And if it takes longer, so be it.
So Craig,
Yes.
I'm a lefty. I write with my left hand, but for
Okay.
some reason, I cannot knit with my left hand. I
Okay.
try. It's like walking backwards, chewing gum, and doing jumping jacks all at the same time.
And also doing the...
It's not happening. It's not happening.
I was in band when I was younger, and I played like the sax and the clarinet and all that good stuff, which are all, whenever you play them, they're left hand dominant, which means your left hand's on top, which controls like the regular like B, C, D, E, F, whatever, and then so you have to learn how to be like ambidextrous and use both of your hands, but you become left hand dominant.
Yeah, I used to play the clarinet, I know.
Yeah, I played clarinet. I was first chair all throughout high school. Thank you very much.
I sucked, thank you very much, because when I was in middle school and high school, I was a very severe asthmatic, and I got bronchitis every winter like clockwork. And I'm like, why am I playing the clarinet? And I've got breathing issues. Why couldn't I play a stringed instrument, for crying out loud?
Yeah.
Right, nothing but felt better than chewing on that freaking wooden reed in the morning. I tell you, I'm surprised I never got splinters in my mouth. Really,
the taste of wood pulp in the morning.
It made me gag. Like I seriously would just like start gagging if I wasn't careful.
Especially when you had to prime the reed, and you had to like practically suck on the reed to get it nice and pliable. Otherwise, it would crack. It would split.
Like that that girl that got infamous for saying you gotta hook.
Let's not bring her up. To each their own, but let's not bring up that particular personage. We don't want Russ to get flagged.
Well, that's what I mean, though. Is like, never mind.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like trying to deal with those reeds when you first pulled them out of their containers, is what I mean.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally understand what you mean. Those were not happy days for me.
Should we do another birthday giveaway?
Sure, go ahead.
So we have 120 people in here.
Hi, everybody.
I have a number wrote down. Well, now 121. So people pick a number between 1 and 121. And
42.
We'll see. Oh, nope, not it.
Leave my chat up.
I just messed up.
Close. We have someone close.
I hate that. I dropped another stitch.
One, you know what you need to do? Lifeline.
Yep.
I need to phone a friend. Come to my house, sit next to me. Hold my hand while I look at you like this.
You run a strand of yarn through all of your stitches while they're on the cord.
Close.
Yeah.
And then if you make a mistake, you can rip back to that row.
So close.
And then you don't have to worry about like losing all of your work. So lifelines are invaluable. To be perfectly honest, I've never learned how to pick up a dropped stitch. So I couldn't help you with that, unfortunately. I'm sorry. But I would say the lifelines are a phenomenal trick for, it's sort of like adding insurance onto your project. So if you get really far, you would only rip back to wherever your lifeline was. and you would move it up incrementally as you go. And it's especially good if you have a lot of stitches on your needles at any given time. So I understand that that doesn't exactly help you right now out of your predicament, and I do apologize. But for future reference, I strongly suggest.
How was it?
Little Rosie, 45.
Congratulations. Yay.
Our ages.
Yay.
No, 45
for
is
us.
how.
You know, hooray to be middle-aged. Woo.
And again, I guessed 46.
And 47.
And 47.
So 45 is how many years I've been crocheting.
Are you serious right now?
Yep. Everything that all of my giveaways tonight is based around me or
Thank you.
I do.
Bless you.
So.
Wow, I didn't know you've been crocheting since '79. That's great. I love that for you.
I wasn't even born yet.
It's Jimmy Carter.
So.
I was a twinkle in my dad's eye.
Worsted Jumbo.
489 yards. Good stuff. I-9 crochet hook.
These are the jumbos. This is
they're
743.
Oh. Oops.
Yeah, they're the 12 ounces.
That's great.
So there's almost 1,500 yards between these two.
Love that for them.
So you're going to make a wonderful, because this yarn is soft.
All the things.
So you are going to have a nice Christmas blanket.
Congratulations, little Rosie.
Yes. Love that for you.
Okay. So don't forget to email me. And give me your address.
I got to start this whole thing over again.
I lost her.
What, the row you're working on? Or the blanket?
The whole thing. Because it's supposed to be, I wanted to do like a scarf, but like a lightweight one that I could wear like in the house. Not necessarily just for outside. That's why it's like loose and all the things, you know. But I dropped so many stitches.
Well, but you know what? Seriously though, you didn't get that far. You made some good progress because you have a lot of stitches on there. Don't get me wrong, but you didn't get like several feet in. So, honestly, what?
Can you imagine frogging several feet because I missed stitches? Oh,
I have. I have.
You what?
I have.
Oh no.
I have. You know, it's lessons learned the hard way. But here's another thing, is what you might want to do, especially because you've got a color changing yarn. Did you do a long tail or a short tail cast on?
I don't know what that is, but let me tell you what I did. Okay, I wrapped around.
Did you do like the boomerang move?
I wrapped around twice and did this. That's how I do it. Okay, don't judge me.
I'm not. I'm trying to figure out what exactly that is. I mean, the knitted cast on is my favorite.
I don't know what that is. I just do my one. Look, I'm going to pull this out. I don't care. Hold on.
Okay. Should we play taps?
So I'm going to use this yarn real quick, just because it's in front of me. So what I do is, I do this.
Russ, we need a close up.
So I do my little tail like this, like that, right? And then I tighten this up. And then what I do is I take this and I go around twice. I go like this. And then I pull this off.
Oh,
Okay.
so it's like that
That's
backward
E.
What's the name of this?
It's like a backwards E, the backwards. What is that called?
It's like a
backwards E. A single cast? No, is it a single cast on? No. What is it?
It looks like, I mean, it looks great. You know what? It looks like sort of like how you would cast on with
short rows,
like loom knitting. What they call an E-wrap. So it does look like sort of like a short tail cast on, and I see no problem with that whatsoever. The knitted cast on, it gives you the cast on and a sort of like a beginning foundational knitted row, like right off the bat. But the fact that you're able to do it that rhythmically and that fast, awesome.
Yeah,
No.
I'm pretty sure that it is the E-wrap because when I'm doing that chicken, and I'm knitting the short rows, whenever, like we have it down, we did the short row and it's down to like, like 4 stitches on the short row. And then whenever we need to like elongate it, what we do is we do that backwards. It's like a backwards E that
Right,
cast
that's
on,
right.
the E cast on or whatever. And that's how we do it. So
Mhm.
I think you're right. I mean,
it's
you're
beautiful.
right.
But if
I
it
wanted
works,
to
you know
do
what
the
I
line-
always say though, if it works for you, do it. That's what I always say. Because like my way is not the only way to do things.
I tell you what, if I knew how to do an increase, I think I would be set because I want to do the Linus shawl. But I'm having to resort to a rectangular shawl because I can't increase. So
All right.
It's super easy. Like, you know how like when you're crocheting and you do like your increase, how you have like 2 stitches into the same place, it's kind of similar to that. You basically just knit you're basically like knitting 2, and then with the decreases it's the same way. You'll pick up both those hoops and knit them together as one, just like you would like the crochet. It's since you already know how to crochet and stuff, it should be really easy for you to get the gist of it when you look at
in
the
theory,
There are 2 ways that I would recommend as far as doing increases for you, Juan. One of them, it's called a KFB. The other one is, one's a KFB, the other one's a yarn over. Now, it depends on if you want a more solid piece or a more lacy accent. If you do a yarn over, it creates an eyelet, and it's an increase in your stitching, and it creates a little eyelet. The other is a KFB, which is a knit front back. So you go in as if to knit, and you pull the loop up. So you've got a new loop, but then instead of transferring it over, no, you hang on to that, and then you go into the back loop of that stitch. You pull up a loop, and then you end up with the 2 loops that then end up on your right needle. So one's a KFB, and the other one is the yarn over. So it depends on what kind of a look you're going for. Both are an increase. The yarn over, it's like the same way that you would yarn over if you're doing a double crochet. You just, yarn over, and then you make your stitch. Personally, I prefer those because they are decorative. The KFBs, it doesn't leave a hole in your piece, but it also makes the stitching, it makes it a little bit tighter because you're trying to like wedge 2 stitches into one. So it makes it a little bit tighter, but you don't end up with a hole. So aesthetically, it's different.
yeah.
They have those, what is it, left leaning increase or whatever, and then like right. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Well,
Yeah.
that's
like
with the decreases. If you want, if you're doing decreases, if you want a right leaning decrease, you would knit 2 together. If you want a left leaning decrease, you would do a slip knit pass, or there's a lot of different decreases that you can do to achieve the same thing. I like to do a slip knit pass.
That slip knit thing, I tried, physically impossible. Throw it away, whole thing, start over. That's how I feel.
But then you also have the center bar increase,
right?
Where you have, if you pull your work apart, you see the little bar at the bottom. You can pick that up and put it over your needle, and depending on what way you want it to lean, you will either knit it or you will purl it.
I ended up just knitting 2 together instead of doing slip knit, because that's basically what it was. I mean, it might have twisted the stitches a little bit, but it's literally just knitting 2 stitches together.
What I would recommend, there are a couple of things that I would recommend. One of which, it's a book called Crazy Lace.
Okay.
and it blew my mind. It revolutionized how I thought of knitting lace. And it really got me out of my comfort zone, and it got me very, very comfortable with experimenting with making my own lace and so forth, because it breaks down the mechanics of, if you add an eyelet, then you also need to add a decrease, 1 for 1. For every increase, you need a decrease so that you don't change the shape of your project. Like if you're doing a square or a rectangular shape blanket piece, whatever, you have to keep the ratio of increases to decreases the same, so that there's equilibrium. If you are creating a shape, then you need to deal with the shape, and then on top of that, also do the increases and decreases accordingly. It's a great, great book. Would totally recommend it.
Okay.
And on top of that, I did do a knitting series. It was on making lace, explaining decreases, increases, and I did a whole project which was an organically made lace wide scarf, and it was like a ton of episodes, and I went through every row.
That was the mystery knit along, right?
Yep. Yeah.
I tried that, failed epically.
I'm gonna try that out. And see
It's
if
not for everybody, I admit, but it really, really helped me lose my fear and my intimidation of knitting, and specifically lace, because it can look like a completely foreign language. But when you understand how the increases work and the decreases work, it eliminated my fear and my hesitation to try new things. It was game changing.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Speaking of foreign languages, you guys, about 20 minutes before Russ sent me the link, I got a phone call. And I thought maybe it was him, so I went rushing to the phone because I was in the other room. And this is too stupid to make up, okay? I answered my phone, and they were speaking in Spanish. And I said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, who are you looking for?" And she goes, "Oh, I don't speak Spanish, English." She tried to, she answered the phone in Spanish. And then I asked her who she was looking for. She didn't respond. So I said it in Spanish. And then in English, she tells me, "I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish," and hangs up the phone. I laughed for about, what? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You could have thrown her a loop and started speaking in Pig Latin.
Oh my.
I was just like, how are you going to call me in Spanish? And then when I ask you a question, you tell me you don't speak Spanish. Like.
That's a new one.
Yeah. Yeah, that one.
If you ever need to video chat or something about knitting, I'm there for you.
Same here.
I thought so. The cast on that you saw me do,
yeah,
I learned that at 8 years old, and
you remember?
I still have problems knitting because of how backwards my crochet is compared to my knitting. It's thrown me through such a loop that to me it's almost like upending everything that I know and flipping it on its head, and I just can never grasp the concept beyond what I know right now, which is the garter stitch. So I can knit, I can purl, I can knit, I could purl, and I could do that very simple cast on, but beyond that, that is it. That's all I know.
Okay. Well, we will be your mentors. It's no problem.
Okay. I love that for me and for us because I'm a good student. I love to learn. And thank you, guys. I would appreciate it.
No, it's no problem. Seriously.
I want to be a knitter. I want to be a good knitter,
Well, listen. The fact that you can do a cast on, and what I saw, it's like, yeah, your stitches were not so death grip tight that they couldn't move along the cord or anything like that. Yeah, that getting your tension You know, like what I saw you doing, the tension, it looked consistent. That's a huge part of it. Seriously, you know, just getting an even, consistent tension, huge part of it. Okay. Same thing with crocheting. Consistent tension goes a long way. All right. So there's that. Also, you got the cast on. Also, you got the knit stitch. You got the purl stitch. There are almost an infinite number of stitches that you can do with just knits and purls.
Oh, that's good.
It's a binary. You know, you can do so much with it. You know, you could do, you know, garter stitch projects, which are awesome because it's a total, you know, I don't like saying mindless, but it's like you can totally go on autopilot and just go. You don't have to think about it. You just go. And then because you can do pearls as well, you could do stockinette stitch, which creates a really nice flat texture. What's up, Shell?
That garter stitch shawlette you did?
Must have been a while ago, but go ahead.
Yeah, it was. It was like it's okay. He likes doing the shawls and the scarves and stuff, right?
Yeah.
There's one that he did. It's called like a shawlette. It's like a long thin triangular, and it's knitted just all in garter stitch.
Nice.
And what's great about that is it never curls because it's the same tension on both sides. It will not curl. If you do the stockinette stitch, like in Tunisian, it has a tendency of curling like something fierce, and you want to add a border to it. But seriously, like you have the building blocks, Juan. Okay, you got the building blocks down. You know, you've got the G, A, T, and C going on. You know, you've got the genetic code. Now you got to take that genetic code and you got to make some dinosaurs with it. You know, you can do this. You know, you have the foundation.
I can.
Now it's just a matter of building upon that foundation so that you end up with limbs and, you know, hair and eyes and teeth and so forth. And, you know, you can do a lot more, but the foundation, that's the important thing.
Yeah. Okay.
So don't sell yourself short.
Yeah.
What is it? Deoxyribonucleic acid, right? Or am I wrong?
That's DNA, yeah.
Yeah,
and RNA is ribonucleic acid.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah. You said that, and I automatically seen like the toothpicks with the little marshmallows or the little bubble gums at the ends of them.
Gumdrops, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's how they came up with the name of the movie Gattaca, GATC. Those are the, you know, because the whole movie was about genetic makeup, and I thought that was a clever nod. But no, I mean, you got the building blocks, so you're going to build off of the building blocks, and then you'll have, you know, a complete erector set, and you can make, you know, crazy cool things. But the fact that you have the foundation, that's the important thing.
Good.
Let's see. There was so that's really all, like, from memory. I know how to do like a long tail cast on. I know how to knit. I know how to purl. Like if I'm going to do like a stockinette stitch, then I know that I need to do a few rows at the beginning, and then also like that border around of the garter stitch, right? That's about all I can really figure out. But Fiber Spider has a tutorial for like a stitch pattern. You know how like you teach people how to do like the popcorn stitch and whatever. They're all literally basically just made up of just doing a knit and a purl. And there was one that he did called the mock cable
My mom's
stitch.
doing that. She's doing a blanket of that. She loves it because you don't need a cable needle.
Yeah, I did that one, a little swatch for a sampler Afghan that I'm putting together. And it's literally just like knits and purls. So like if you know how to knit and purl, like that's really all you need. And then you can, you know, like how like the granny stitch is made up of 3 doubles, you know, or whatever. Like as long as you know the knit and the purl, that's basically what all the stitches are made out of. So it's
because you can do ribbing, you can do the seed stitch. There's a lot that you can do. A basket weave, you can do that as well, because again, it's just knits and purls. So if you want to do textured stitches, 90% of that, it's just knits and purls. You know, as far as increasing and decreasing to create different shapes and things, yeah, you're going to need to learn how to do decreases and increases and so forth. But there are so many of them out there. It's not it's not that bad. If you want to do like, you know, a video chat or whatever, you know, and you want, I can walk you through stuff. That's no problem.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Craig,
Hey, that's what we're here for. What's up?
are you ever gonna throw out, well, like you call it, a formula for like a knit a sweater or cardigan? Because I know you've done them in crochet,
Yeah.
and honestly, I'm kind of trying to find someone that can get down on beginner level and show us how to do those, because that's something I want to do, but I'm having a very, very, very hard time following written patterns and stuff with things.
Totally understandable, and I feel your pain because I feel it too. Because as much I want a knitted cardigan or sweater or something, trust me, I've had many failed attempts of my own doing a knitted garment of that caliber. The crocheting, I think I gravitate far more towards crocheting garments because it is so much easier to tweak things as you go, and not having to worry about like all of your stitches are held on the needles at any given time and fixing mistakes and all the things. You know, it's a lot easier with crocheting, and it's also a lot faster because a sweater, that's a lot of yardage. You don't think it is initially when you're like, you see that sweater in the Gap. Oh, no, it's fine. But no, when you're making, it's like, no, you need thousands of yards, you know, because yeah, the sleeves, that's like both sleeves. It's like, that's the equivalent to the body of your piece. That's a lot of yarn. And I have wanted to, believe you me, have I gotten the gumption to actually make one for myself yet? Nope, not yet. But in the future, yeah, it is definitely a possibility. I'm just not there yet.
I think if I was going, because I really want to knit one, like I really, really do. Like that's one of my bucket list things is I'm gonna knit me an awesome sweater, okay? But I know Russ has made them. Are you raising your hand, sir? Is that what you're doing right now? Oh, looked like you were raising your hand
No,
off screen.
he's beckoning Kevin for more treats.
Oh, okay. See, and I know Russ has knit sweaters and stuff before, but for me, I feel like if I'm gonna knit, I prefer knitting with like a 5 weight or up, because 4 weight's like the minimum I would use. And even then, because like I've made a scrappy knit mitered square throw, and I used like a size 15 millimeter needle and ran like 3 or 4 strands of yarn together when I did it. So it's like super squish. But I just, the whole knitting with just like it's terrible. The thin yarns for me, it's so terrible. But I want to make some socks. I've yet to knit socks. Me and Russ are supposed to knit socks together sometime. Supposed to show me how.
Okay, Scott, do you mean the owl latch hook that I did? Because I had issues when it came to the different formats of the videos as far as the size ratio. I had that issue years ago. I generally don't think I have that issue anymore. But yeah, I didn't quite understand the whole ratio thing of the screen size as I do over the past couple of years. So unfortunately, there isn't anything that I can do about any sort of formatting ratio issue with those past videos anymore. I do apologize if that's a thing. But if it's the latch hook one, if what I do know though is if you are watching a YouTube video on your phone, you can pinch zoom. You can pinch zoom. So that might be of some help to you. It won't work on your TV, but if you're on your phone, you can do the pinch zoom thingy, if I'm not mistaken. I've done it myself, and it has helped. When I'm watching certain videos. But I understand what you're saying about the gauge of the yarn. I would probably be inclined to do at least a 4, if not bigger. Maybe 2 strands of a 4 held together and use like some big old needles. Also, as far as the kind of sweater that I would do, I would probably start with a pullover.
I want to knit flat in panels, like in pieces.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
no,
And then maybe
no.
no. Russ, what's that look? What am I doing wrong here?
You're making him twitch.
He's having a seizure. That's what's going on.
Because when you do panel knitting,
it's a nightmare.
You have your cuff, you have your sleeve, you have your shoulder, you have your front, you have your back, and then you have your neckline.
Isn't that how you do raglan, though?
If you knit a sweater in the round, you do all of this at the same time.
Yeah. See, when I did some of the crocheted ones, I started with the neck opening and built off of that, and then folded that down, and then joined it underneath the armpits, and you continued going down in the round. It's so much easier. Tutorials for mosaic crochet. I do not, however, recently I learned overlay. Yeah, actually, it's funny you say that. Sorry to interrupt you, Russ. It's really funny that you're saying about the overlay mosaic, because I was fiddling around with it myself, doing this is Tunisian mosaic overlay. And so I was fiddling around to see, could I get the hang of it? And so I think that this may be a future type video. The neat thing about doing the Tunisian is because with the mosaic is that you do a full row back forth with one color, then you swap colors, go back forth with the other color. So it's boom, boom, white, boom, boom, pink, boom, boom, white, boom, boom, pink. And so on the back, you can see much more clearly that you're doing a forward pass and a back pass with one color than the other color. But with the overlay, you join down stitches so that you can create a really gorgeous look. It is something that I'm considering doing, but I have to work out some patterning details. Among other things, I've got like a million different things that I'm working on. Right now, I'm also working on another blanket as well. Well, several Tunisian blankets. But yes, the mosaic has crossed my mind. As far as doing mosaic crochet that isn't Tunisian, I've tried it. I've wanted to. It irks me because most of the time you're ending up using a hook size that is really small. And because you don't want the non-working yarn to poke through. And so it's like if you're doing like a rug or a bag or something with a very tight weave to it, it's fine. But if you want something more fluid, it's like, no, you're going to end up seeing the non-working yarn underneath that you're carrying through your stitches. And it looks like meh. And so I could be doing it wrong. Distinct possibility. But yes, with mosaic crochet, I would be much, much more inclined to do Tunisian as opposed to regular, using like single crochets or half doubles or whatever. And then like carrying your non-working yarn underneath your stitches, running it along the top of your piece. But yes, with the sweater, yeah, I would do much more of like a one piece, like a yoke where you start at the neckline. And then you build out from that in like a rectangular format, and then you sort of pinch down, connect it underneath the armpits, and you keep going in the round, and then you pick up your stitches along the sleeve, and then you make your sleeve going that way. I sort of like with the crocheted cardigans that I did recently. It wasn't like an enclosed opening for the neck. It was like more of like a horseshoe type shape, and you're just going back, forth, increasing at the corners. I'd be much more inclined to do that, like a yoke, as opposed to panels, because then also the amount of stitching and seaming that you have to do. Ah, ah.
So your
And then if you get,
recommendation for my first sweater would be to do like a top-down circular knit type
Yeah.
situation. What were you saying, honey?
and if you're doing a pattern and trying to piece them together, you have to make sure the patterns match.
Yep.
So if your pattern on this side is a little bit off from this side, when you go to connect the pieces, it's not going to line up. So,
Okay.
I mean, once upon a time, that's how sweaters were done, in panels. But now with the circular knitting, it's done basically in just one straight shot.
Mm-hmm. And then also, if there is a technique that I've never done, and I don't think I ever will do. It's called cutting the steek.
Oh, steeking it when you cut when you
Yeah.
do the I watched Kate at the last homely house. She took months.
I love her.
Yes, and that beautiful rainbow colored cardigan that she knitted, chopped it right up.
I know. You reinforce either side, almost like a buttonhole stitch, where you you're reinforcing two sides and then you're cutting in between those two. Oh.
She sewed the edges or something before she was about to have a mental breakdown over.
Yeah, but I love her. She is so chill. I could listen to her for days. She is delightful, and I absolutely love her work. It's gorgeous. She's inspired me regarding my English paper piecing. She's delightful.
I'm doing paper piecing too now because of her. I do. The very first quilt I ever made was a trip around the world quilt from watching her.
She's delightful.
So steeking can come in handy. So if you take and work a blanket in the round, make a tubular.
How do you do that?
So you just knit. It's all knit stitches because knitting is quicker than purling.
Yep.
So you just knit on up. So like if you would cast
like if you're crocheting, like when you're crocheting, instead of connecting and then chaining 3 and going up, you would just do that thing where it just goes like a continuous spiral.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay.
So you just go around and around and around and around. So you would cast on how wide you want your blanket.
Mm-hmm.
And you just knit. And then when you get the length of it, then you have to stitch all the way up in about an inch or so, all the way up. And you want to make sure it's double stitched. And then you just cut it.
You mean like a tube, like knit a tube and then cut the tube in half?
Exactly. Yep. And then it turns flat.
Right. Which is really great if you're doing Fair Isle, because Fair Isling on like both sides, it's a nightmare. But if you're doing an enclosed tube, then all of your yarn, it's towards the back, and Fair Isling, it's perfect for knitting in the round. Perfect. But yeah, a flat piece, it's a nightmare that I haven't even done. Sorry to interrupt you, Russ.
I would love to do that.
So steeking does have its advantages, but it's not for, I wouldn't say it was for everything. Now, if you were to do a sweater and you wanted to put in an afterthought zipper, then you could knit your sweater in one piece. They call it one piece. So you knit your sweater and then you would steek it. So you would sew up the center, make sure it's done very well, and then you would just cut it. Then you would just cut it. Now you have an open sweater, and then you can you can sew on a zipper.
You guys, I think I would eat soup with a fork before I did that. Seriously. That sounds terrifying. I'm not kidding. Like, those commercials you see where they're like, I need to talk to you after you get done mopping the floor, and she's down there on the floor with a Q-tip and a shot glass of water. Okay, I feel like that girl. Like, I don't know if I could ever just, oh my God, just massacre something that I knitted like that. That's
totally understand what you're saying, and the fear is tangible. It's palpable. I get it. And I mean, I've been knitting now for like 20-ish years, and I still haven't attempted doing something like that. So you're not alone. It's not unfounded. I understand your anxiety over that, because I haven't even done it yet. There's plenty of stuff that I have not done, nor would be so inclined to do. So I get it.
yeah, like the oh, never mind. I'm not even gonna say it. But yeah, because that's one thing I really wanted to do is a sweater. So I have three. I have 3 knitting goals. Number 1, I want to knit a pair of socks. And I want to do it on DPNs.
Okay.
Number 2, I want to knit a sweater. And number 3, I want to knit a scrappy looking wool mitered corner blanket. You know what I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Like,
Yep.
so you watch Kate, right? The Last Homely House.
Yeah.
Hers, have you seen hers? That little knit mitered.
I
Yeah.
believe I have.
Yep, something like that. But here's the thing, though, is she uses sock yarn to knit her squares. She used leftover sock yarn. And it's like so thin and so fine. The squares they're so tiny. I don't want them to be that tiny.
They don't have to be. You could use whatever weight you want.
And you can, and if it's a mitered square, you can have your mitered square as big as you want.
Right.
You can have a mitered square 10 by 10, 12 by 12, 20 by 20. You can make an entire blanket. You can make an entire blanket mitered.
Yeah. Also, the thing is, there are 2 different ways of making mitered squares. You can go from, like, you have like all of your stitches on the X and Y axis cast on initially, and then you decrease in the middle, and then it keeps getting, like fewer and fewer stitches because you're decreasing the middle. Or you could start off with just like 1 stitch, and then you could increase.
I don't know why
Right.
this can't increase, but you can increase. I have no clue why I did that.
Increase. Well, it's a fork. You're increasing. So yeah, you can increase, and then you're building upon that, and you could just keep going.
Kind of like that grandmother's favorite knitted dishcloth, how you like cast on with like the 2 or the 3, and then you add on type thing.
Okay. You're getting it. So the thing is, you can make mitered squares literally as big or as small as you want to. Nothing's saying you can't change it up a bit. And you could use whatever weight of yarn. You could use however many stitches. You are your own boss.
That was my thing, is like whenever I watched the tutorials and I read like the little written pattern, it was always 25 stitches. You would cast on 25, so that way you'd have 12 on one side, 12 on the other, and then you'd have your center stitch. Okay, and then like you would, you'd have the cast on, you'd like knit 10, and then you would do the decrease, and then knit another 10, and then you'd knit 9, decrease, knit 9, and keep doing it, and it made it smaller. But I didn't know if like it had to, like I didn't know how the numerology worked with the stitch count to make your square bigger. Like I don't know if it needs to be like 50 or 100 or whatever, because you have to divide it down. I didn't understand how it worked. You know what I mean?
I have a book somewhere. It's called Domino Knitting. Really good stuff. Now, the thing is, like, for instance, the 25, that's if you have 12 stitches and 12 stitches, and then there's that center stitch, right? That you decrease around. Well, okay, so that's 12 and 12. That's 24 plus the 1. Okay, well, you could
I could just
do
even numbers plus 1.
Right. Yeah, two numbers that are the same. Doesn't have to be even numbers, but two numbers that are the same plus one in the middle. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can do 100 stitches, another 100 stitches plus one or whatever. So then you would cast on 201 stitches, and then you would decrease in the very, very middle. That's your mitered square. Nothing saying you can't do that. You know, you totally, totally can. You know, it
Russ,
just depends on.
your forearm, dear.
What's that?
Your forearm is it's just, you need to get
I
out
was
of the
helping
screen.
It just depends on what the dimensions are that you want to go for. But yeah, do not let their dimensions dictate what you can and cannot do. You know. So give it a whirl.
Yeah, because that was my reasoning behind it. I'm like, okay, well, you have to do 25 stitches. So even with my thin yarn, I was doing it, or my thicker yarn, I was doing it, and I wasn't liking the size of the square that was turning out because in my mind, it was locked on 25 stitches.
Nope. Not at all. Not at all. You know, I've seen people do, it's an entire blanket where you do, hello, loves. Hello.
It's a tippy.
You start off with, I want to say maybe 3 stitches, and then you increase, you know, around that center one, and you just keep going. It keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And they do an entire blanket as one big mitered square. So no, do not feel at all limited in what you can do. No, the world is your oyster. Crack it open, find a pearl, and you go, girl.
I don't know. I don't. So one of my newfound friends / subscribers has like a little knitting machine thing, like one of those Addies, and they actually have a spare one. They have a spare one that they're sending to me.
Cool.
I have no idea how to use one.
Okay.
Like none. Yes, Vaughn?
I just did a video today with that Addie knitting machine.
I've done one eons ago. You know, I mean, they're really easy to use, but you want to be careful what yarn you use.
Yeah. Oh. I don't know how to use it, by the way.
You what?
I just unboxed it. I don't know how to use it.
Okay. Well, you seriously, then let me tell you something. You want to be very, very, very careful with the yarn that you use. Like Red Heart Super Saver, don't.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, really, really. You will break your machine. You will break your machine.
Explain.
Okay. Well, because Red Heart Super Saver, as much as I love the yarn and I use it for so many things.
You know?
What?
I said it's my OG, you know?
Yeah.
You don't want to use Red Heart Super Saver because it's too tough for the gears, for the hooks. Because as they're spinning around and they're doing their little dance of joy going up and down, the thing is that it's too stiff, it's too robust. You need something more fluid. So I would strongly recommend using a thinner weight, you know, like maybe a 3 weight, you know, like I could see like Mandala would probably be really good. Or what I have done is I've used really super duper fine weight, like a weight of 2, and then doubled it. And you can create some really beautiful marled blended looks, you know, marbled colors, you know, but you don't, I would really recommend don't use a 4 weight unless if it is, yeah, see, Maureen says, yeah, no Red Heart on Addie at all. One that did work out really well for me though, was Vanna's Choice.
I have
because
some.
it's a very fluid yarn. You know, you want something that's very drapey, very flowy. Like if you hold up a strand of Red Heart Super Saver, it'll stand up to attention.
That's what's in my
You know,
hand right here.
you know what I mean? Like it will stand up.
It's
You
not
want something that's very, very drapey.
pliable. Yeah,
Yeah,
pliable, drapey.
pliable.
Yeah.
That's the word, pliable.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if it doesn't have that pliability, it will break your machine. Okay, because as you're turning it, like your gears will start grinding and it'll be like, no, I don't want to do this. I don't want, it'll sound like Ross. I do not want to do this. And the last thing you want to do is
Rude.
strip your gears.
Yeah. Yeah, not at all. 'Cause so she's sending it to me, and like I said, I have no clue. But my excitement is because I have been crocheting hats. Okay, so K&K Crochet does this outreach program, the BMO. You know what I'm talking about? So I've been hand crocheting some hats for them, and my thought was if I get the Addy or the whatever it's called, I called it an adding machine for the longest time because I didn't realize it was an Addy. Don't give me that look.
That's okay.
I don't have the best moments, okay? But I could just like take a thing of yarn, whoop it on there, and just spin out some hats. Like that would be like super easy to do to make hats, quick and easy to make hats for donations is kind of what I was getting excited about. But then I saw in there that you could do like you can knit them in like panels and all this other, you can do like a whole bunch of stuff with them.
Right. I haven't actually tried doing flat panels. I know that you can because there's a little switch that you can flick and you could do flat panels. I haven't really tried it doing that yet. I kind of lost interest in the Addy because of the limitations that it poses, because of the number of stitches that you can have on there. They have the small one and they got the big one. If you're doing like an adult-sized hat, you need the big one. The little one, you're talking like baby-size hats, and there's nothing wrong with that. You could also do socks with the smaller one. You do have to make some adjustments for when you're doing the heel and so forth. But yeah, technically you can do socks on the little Addy. The big one, what I would recommend is when you are working your piece, if you're doing a hat for an adult-sized person, I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing a full tube, cinch both ends, and then stuff one end inside of the other, and then so you've got this double thickness that you're pulling over your head. The problem with that is that it becomes very tight on your head. So what you can do is, you're doing your piece, then so after you do, say, I don't know, maybe like 6 inches or something worth of knitting, you do like 6 inches, and then you pull up the raw edge that you have, and then place that back onto the hooks, the little needles, and then you keep going. It seals it and creates a sealed brim for the bottom edge. It creates a sealed brim, which I did something very similar with a loom knit tutorial to create a brim. That definitely helps. And then just do like a drawstring pull for the crown of the head. That way you reduce the amount of bulk. Little kitty witty.
Mine just popped up.
Adorable. So there are a ton of tutorials. I've done like maybe 1 or 2 with the Addy, but it lost favor with me because I would rather do it myself. Even if it takes longer, I'd rather do it myself. But yeah, if you want to crank stuff out in a hurry especially if you're doing a lot of stuff that you need to get done a lot in a little amount of time, it's great because you can do an entire scarf. You could do tube scarves. Those are fabulous because you can get a lot done in hardly any time at all. You could do a hat in like a finished hat, maybe 15 minutes.
I've seen where they have a little extension. It's like a little pink or whatever. I think it's pink. It's like a little cap thing, and you put it on like where the hand crank is. You put it on, and you can attach a drill to it, and you're going around that way. That'd be some quick hats.
What about
But
the
yeah,
oth-
go ahead, honey.
what about the other one? The black and red one. What's the name of that one?
No, that's the Addy.
No,
That's an Abby. You talking about the pink one?
no. There's a black and red one.
Yeah, that's the Addy.
That's
Addies
the
are black
Abby
and red.
Oh
Express
wait,
or something.
sorry.
No,
Prim,
King.
sorry. Don't mind me. Let me go back.
That's
to it.
fine.
Isn't it like King Express or something?
Right, there's
Yeah.
the Express and then there's the King, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I mean, we're going back several years. But
Central has a pink and white one.
yeah, it looks
And
like a
then-
weird kitchen appliance.
Yeah.
Which one do you think is the best? Prim, Addy, or Centro?
Addy,
I didn't know Prim had one.
you know,
Prim?
some of them are more like toys. I had gotten one from Barnes and Noble. It was in their children's department. It was in with the toys and their craft kits and such. It was, I don't remember the brand of it though, but it was a toy. It was garbage. Addy, they are really good. You know, but also in spite of them being really good and really robust, you still have to be careful, like I said, about not using a non-pliable yarn. Otherwise, yes, you will strip your gears and you will destroy it. The other thing that you want to be mindful of is if you are using, I think it's if you're using acrylic yarn, you can build up static, okay, as you're running the yarn through your fingertips as it's being fed into the machine. You can build up a static charge, and that can make the little round counter, because there's a little digital round counter, the static charge can make, what's that?
Was it gonna fry it or something? Like
It won't fry it. No, it won't fry it, but it will make the row counter glitch, and the static charge will like make the count of the rounds jump. So you want to keep an eye on that to make sure, because like if you're doing a specific number of rounds, keep an eye on your round counter, especially if you're building up a static charge, because I speaketh from experience, unfortunately. You know, so yeah, if you have a static charge going, it can cause a bit of a problem.
Craig, I was gonna ask you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Fiber Spider. I was gonna ask you,
you can call me Craig.
I'm sorry, I still want to be disrespectful.
No.
So
Come on.
I didn't know. Okay, just trying to, you know.
I love it.
Excuse me, you are talking to the spider here.
I may be a heathen, but I'm a cultured one, okay? When you're doing your tutorials, when you're like, okay, round one, and then you have, it looks like a stopwatch, and you're like, and it looks like a stopwatch. What is, you guys are gonna laugh at me. What is that, and where did you get it?
It's a row counter. This is a Clover brand row counter. I got it at Michael's. It's like not even $5. This is my little savior. I love this so much. It is, you know, it's inexpensive. It works like a charm. And also on the side, there's a little lock button. So like if it's getting thrown in your bag, you don't have to worry about it accidentally getting clicked. Yeah, it's just Clover brand, you know, and it even has a little hole up here so that like you can like thread it and, you know, have it on a lanyard or whatever if you need to. But I've used this thing religiously for years. Love this.
I know you guys are probably laughing at me because I had no clue what that was, but what, honey?
So last year, if you bought a countdown box, you got a really nice, good metal one.
Yeah. I gave mine to Rich, and well, oh well. Oh well. But yeah, I love my little Clover one, and I use that for my videos because that way, doing the clips and the timestamps, it's really easy for me. Because at the very beginning, it's like, yep, we're at row 3, we're at row 5, we're at, you know, it makes it so much easier for me.
I love your tutorials.
It makes it a lot easier. Yeah, it
Thank
makes
you.
it easy to follow those tutorials too. It does.
Well, I like doing the timestamps because it makes it easy for me too, because if I ever have to refer back to my own footage, I can just jump, to the next part with, a lot more ease, as opposed to I can just doom scroll through trying to find the right part,
Yeah.
But please, you can call me Craig. Don't be silly.
I love that. It's so nice.
I do not go on pomp, circumstance, and pretension or all that. No, 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 no.
Yeah,
I
I
am a
know.
human.
It's not like I don't mean to be weird, but I just have certain like little there's just certain little things that I do that, like, I don't know, like, to me, if I don't do 'em, like when you walk into someone's house, you take your hat off. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Well, no,
Like
so
you're just
you're being
like,
polite. You're
yeah.
being polite, and I appreciate that, but you do not have to kowtow or do anything like that. Like the first time, it was the last stream, like when you were fangirling, I thought it was adorable. You were
I
just
was
like
so
melting
embarrassed.
into a little puddle, and I thought it was so cute. But I'm relatable. I'm a human spider. Like, please, I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like everybody else.
I love that about you.
Yes, and like literally, you've been like, I don't know how, like, you have no idea how. If somebody were to turn my screen off, your face would probably be like an image burned into the plasma on it. You know what I mean?
I
But
pity the screen.
but no, like I watch it all the time. But like, yeah, I went total fangirl, and I was so embarrassed about that for like 2
No,
or 3 days. I was like, can I? I was like, there's no way I can go in and delete that from being live on YouTube. It's there.
no, it's eternal.
Oh my god, I was so super embarrassed. But yeah, no, I honestly, like all three of you, even Juan here. Juan was one of my more recent discoveries. My husband actually sits down with me and watches Juan on time to time.
Thank you.
He sits down on Sundays because he thinks Mama Wilma is absolutely adorable, and I can't argue with him because she is. She looks like she's so ornery though, because she when you ain't looking, those little side glances.
Getting that 7 days a week. I get that all day, every day. I get skeins of yarn flung at me when like I take too long bringing her soda or bringing her coffee. What
I
took you
can
so
see
long?
it. She's just got that in her eye. You can see it. You can tell she's a handful, but she's adorable.
She's a handful.
Oh, I can't even with her. Yeah, because you were showing that I don't remember if you bought it for her or if it was something you were sent, but it was the Red Heart Bitty Stripes, and you got her the mermaid colorway.
Yeah, I bought it.
And that's what this one is. It's the sunset colorway, sunset beach or sunset stripe or whatever it's called. And as soon as you pulled it out, I was screaming at the screen. I'm like, I got that too, and because I'm absolutely obsessed with it.
I love it.
Has she tried using it yet?
No.
No.
You know why? Because she's making Boggy Creek blankets right now, and she said that all her focus is on Boggy Creek. Wait.
That is awesome. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I've started a couple Boggy Creeks, but it's really hard for me to finish a whole blanket. It's a lot easier for me to just make a whole bunch of squares and send them to Billy.
Yeah.
It really is. Like I even have one blanket that is squares and it's kind of Billy style. I just started putting it together. I thought about just packing the whole thing up in all the yarn and sending it to her because like the whole putting them together thing's just too time consuming for me because I've got.
Understandable. I mean, that's why so many of my tutorials, it's like I do a swatch. As much as I would like to do a full-fledged blanket, I have to do a new tutorial every week.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, so I have like a couple of blankets going on right now. And so like by the time I finally finish them, then like I'll have something to show for it. But yeah, it takes sometimes months, worth of work. Sometimes it's really fast and quick and easy, but it depends on the project, But that's why I do a lot of swatches in between those projects, because I can make up a swatch relatively quick and easy, and I don't have to devote that much energy into something, especially if it's not something that I want to do an entire blanket project on, but I want to show how you can do it.
Like the knitting swatches you've been doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because, and I don't want to seem like I'm heartless, but, with my ADHD and stuff, even the projects that I am super and just excited about, I have to force myself to work on. The ones that I'm, wanting to do, you know what I mean? But, it's hard. It's really, really hard for me to focus on something that doesn't have this constant aggressive grip on my attention. You know what I mean?
It does take a lot of discipline to keep at a project. Believe you me, I can attest to that. It takes a lot of discipline to stick to something for the entirety of an entire large blanket project. I get it.
And the one that I'm starting now is going to be my biggest test. Like I was telling Russ earlier, I have that, it's a 2-weight yarn, that Hirschner's Afghan 2-weight yarn. And I've got 3 packages, that's 6,000 yards of it. But I'm following your, so I had started the Bavarian stitch blanket before the Bavarian tutorial you have.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so, I don't know why, because you're not doubling up the stitches or anything. It's all a single layer, but it's so thick. It's when you're working
because it's front posts, or is it back posts? That's why. Right. Well, that's the thing. Any sort of textured stitch, it creates thickness and it will eat up your yarn.
Yes.
Anytime you do a post stitch, whether it's front or back post, textured stitches, they eat up yarn and they create a really gorgeous texture, but at the price of eating up yarn and yardage and so forth. Yeah.
So, I ordered these they're Hirschner's Afghan yarns. It's, how much is it, Russ? It's $11 or $12, something like that, for $12. Yeah, and you get 8 skeins of yarn. It's 4 colors, 2 of each color, and it's about 250 yards a ball. So that's 2,000 yards for $12 or something, right? I don't know. Don't look me my math off. But so I started doing it in the little Afghan yarn because I think I can do this. The Bavarian stitch is you gotta be really dedicated to do a whole blanket in that stitch, first of all. But I think that this one will work out well enough because it's so lightweight. So it's not going to be 4,000 pounds when I get done crocheting it. But it's going to be a pain in the butt because that's tedious. That's the word I'm looking for. It's a very tedious blanket pattern, but I love it. It's gorgeous. Russ, honey, if you had some sort of tutorial up on your channel, because whenever I'm on a blanket tutorial, I automatically just go to Fiber Spider's channel. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's
if I want a hat tutorial or that market bag that Juan did, I go straight to Juan's channel. You know what I mean? There's certain channels that just do certain things so well. I'm just saying, I wish you would do, even if you just did a tutorial on a granny square, so that way I can at least say, I made a Russ blanket. You know what I mean?
I did do a tutorial on the granny.
On how to convert it to the rectangle? I did that. Well, I guess technically I am doing one then, huh? But you know what I mean, though. It would just be nice.
Huh? I have to break something to you. I have tried for years to break him and to get him to do tutorials. I have tried. I have harassed him. I have harangued him. I have tried. Russ is social. He's a social butterfly. He likes to flap his butterfly wings and do his social butterfly thing. Nothing wrong with that. I was just telling him this just last night, wasn't I, Russ? You know, because we were talking about Michael. You know, like certain channels, they're more tutorial oriented. Other channels, they're more social oriented. You know, they both have their place. You know, my sociability is pretty much right now, you know, doing this, or on the occasion when I do more of like a vlog video. That's about as social interaction as I get. Otherwise, I'm all about, you know, doing some sort of a tutorial or a review or something like that. You know, the whole teachy thing. We're all different. Russ, I love you, dude. You know, and as much as I would love for you to do more of a tutorial kind of thing, I know it's not your thing. So, you know, I kind of gave up the ghost on that one. So, Joe, I've tried.
You know,
well, I'm going to get him to teach me to do something, even if it's just how to knit a pair of socks. I want to have something
Shell,
that Russ taught me to do.
He will teach you how to shop the sales online. That's what he'll teach you how to do.
He already has, okay? Let me tell you what, as soon as my husband walks in the room, he sees him on the phone, he's like, you better not be buying anything.
That's too funny.
Yeah, I'm serious.
You know, Russ can be your bookie.
I'm not a tutorial person. I'm not.
And that's fine.
I'm just, to me, I'm not that equipped to do a tutorial. I will do, you know, how-to videos, you know, some stitches and, you know, things like that, get people going in the direction. But that's probably going to be the extent of what I really do. I'm not a designer. I don't sit, you know. There's a lot of people that can just sit there and they'll see a stitch and then patterns will already start calculating in their head, and then they'll just start writing down the pattern because they can see it in their head. I can't do that.
It's a curse.
So,
yeah, Juan's nodding his head. It's a curse because I have had many, 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 many sleepless nights because my brain is like, oh, your eyes are closed, the lights are out, time to play, time to figure out this completely, you know, abstract theorem into numerics and multiples. And it's a blessing and a curse. Trust me, it's not all it's cracked up to be.
I could absolutely never. I just, you know, like back in the day when, like, you know, like your grandma was sitting there knitting and she didn't have a pattern or nothing. She just knew like the basics. Like if you're going to knit a sweater, here's the size. This is how you come up and do your shoulders, you know, and then you could just like throw your different stitch patterns and stuff in with it, you know what I mean? Like that's the type of stuff, like for me, that I would like to learn from, is like, you know what I mean? Like the further back generation that was doing all this stuff before patterns.
Excuse me. Creatively Karen. Craig, is there a video on the virus meets granny blanket or just the shawl? Yeah. I did do it was a square granny meets virus. I totally have done one. Yes, I have. Mm-hmm. It's on there. You know, it's there. Sorry to interrupt you, Shell.
No, you're fine. I kind of got like ferret syndrome when I saw something pop up on the screen anyways.
Squirrel!
Yeah, only to me it's ferret syndrome.
I've heard that before.
Ferret syndrome? Yeah, I'm like, ooh, bright and shiny.
Or magpie. You know, it's a sparkly. The Secret of Nim?
Yes.
Tell me you guys know Jeremy the Crow, Secret of Nim. It's a sparkly. Miss Briz! Miss Briz!
He's my favorite.
Well, I mean, that was, what was his name? What was it? Dom DeLuise.
Oh, Dom DeLuise.
Dom DeLuise did the voice acting for Jeremy the Crow. Dom Bluth did the best animated movies of the 80s. Seriously.
Mm.
And they were beautiful and dark at the same time.
You know what? Anime. They did what's it called? A real life or live action or real action when they take a cartoon and then they do it in a movie with like real people. What's that called?
Live action?
Yeah, live action. Okay, shush. Live action. Cowboy Bebop.
Okay.
They,
I
they
know
have a
of
live
it. I never watched it, but I know of it.
Yeah, Cowboy Bebop. They have a live action of it, and you know that show Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle.
Yeah.
The guy that played Harold, he's in it, and I'm
Okay.
obsessed. I'm absolutely obsessed with it. It came out really good.
There's
Okay,
another
What?
technique.
I'm gonna put myself on solo for a second.
Okay.
Because I got an email from a viewer that would like to showcase his latch hooks.
Ooh.
Okay, let's see it.
Here we go.
What we got?
Oh,
probably gonna be-
I've seen his work. I have seen his work. He does gorgeous work.
Oh, it's not gonna play fair because of the light.
Is that
Yes,
clan?
I recognize the Snoopy work. Yes.
Okay.
Does gorgeous work. We've chatted on Messenger.
And then there's that one.
Beautiful.
That's a lot of work.
Gorgeous.
Got that lighthouse one.
Love it.
Yeah, I love the lighthouse. That lighthouse
Yeah,
rocks.
that's super awesome.
I love the Tweety. That wolf is
Oh, that
awesome.
wolf.
I bet he doesn't have to worry about his heating bills because his walls are all insulated perfectly.
Beautiful work.
Very
No,
beautiful work.
I used to do those when I was younger. They weren't like super intricate like that, but I did used to do them, and I used to have those little round packets of the pre-cut yarns, and they were everywhere.
Yeah. You pull one strand and it goes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was sort of like a sausage casing filled with those little strands of yarn. Yep. I remember.
Yeah. I would do that, and then I would lose the pieces, so I would never get to complete the kit that I was doing. And even the ones that like weren't very intricate would give me such a headache because I had such a hard time because they have them where like on the mesh part itself is like painted for like the color coordination, and it is so hard to actually figure out what color they're wanting you to use. So that's a super great job, sweetheart.
Lorene, I'm not arguing the point, but I like to try to bully him anyway, but I realize it's not going to get me anywhere, so I don't really try so hard anymore to get him to do tutorials as much as I would love for him to do that. I understand it's not for everybody.
And I'm just super selfish and want to be able to learn something brilliant from him because I know he's got it in him. I know he does.
I'm not saying I couldn't design, but I don't get any enjoyment out of it. So I'm not going to do something I'm not going to enjoy because then the tutorial is not going to be the best. It's not going to, it's just going to be, okay, there it is. I've done it. And that's not fair to anybody. It's not even fair to me. It'd be about me like changing your oil in your car. I could do it, but that's not.
It's like weaving in yarn-ends.
Yes. I would rather weave in ends than to design.
Careful, you're going to have people sending you their unfinished blankets, with like 35 million ends to sew in, and then the cats will all swarm all over you.
Okay.
I know Juan would be the first one on that ship because he hates weaving in ends too.
Yeah, it's my least favorite thing.
I have an end person. I have a person that sends my ends to. I actually mail all my ends to her, and she sits there and weaves them all in for me and sends them back.
Ugh. No, thank you. At first, I thought you were talking about your mom.
No,
so she could earn her keep.
Yeah, right. She earns her keep by bopping me with the yarn.
I want to do another giveaway.
Okay.
Okay.
It's my birthday.
There you go.
So I need a number between 1 and 124.
I just thought of something really bad.
What?
It's my yarn and I'll ply if I want to.
Oh,
Ply if I want to. Ply if I want to.
Take it back.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Anything with wordplay, you know
we're
how I
close.
am.
We're close.
No, I haven't even got on yet. 53. No, hold on.
We're close. Oh, we were so close. Oh, come on, come on.
Hang on, Sloopy.
Oh, I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
I don't know.
Oh, we are so close. So close. Oh, close. Oh. I'm up. We got it.
What was
Who's
that?
the lucky winner? 20.
Email me.
Mateo?
Yeah.
Email me. Give me your
Congrats,
address so I
Mateo.
can get this in the mail.
Congratulations. What did he win?
Give me 1 second. I want to make
Show
sure
us
I
the
get
things. We want to know
one,
the things.
1 second. I got to get the name down.
Juan says all the things.
Show us all the things.
It's already in its box.
It's already in the box. What? In the box? I love it.
I know what it is, but
Well, you got to show it.
Well, I don't remember the color, so.
Okay. This yarn is very splitty.
What yarn are you using?
It's a vintage variegated yarn, discontinued. This is about 40 years old. It's called Desert Camo.
Ooh.
The red heart?
Yes.
It's lovely.
Yeah, I dig it.
Old yarn. Sent to me by friends of the channel. Making this, just getting... I couldn't pick on a design or anything, so I just did this. Anyway, what'd you pull out the box? Anniversary cakes.
Another anniversary cake.
Oh, breaking out those big guns. Is that the same colorway as before?
It's the same colorway.
Love it.
Lucky. Got a
Yeah,
lovely purple in there. It's gorgeous.
Yep, there is purple in there. There's gray, there's black, there's white.
Juan, what size hook did you say to use with it?
8 millimeter.
8 millimeter. L hook. Okay.
Well, it depends on your gauge, but yeah, definitely, bigger is better with a super duper bulky weight. Yes.
But according to Karen, 8 millimeter or US 11.
Ooh, Juan nailed it.
Yeah, I have a couple that they're sitting over there. I have yet to use.
Where do you guys where can you get those anniversary cakes from?
Michael's.
If they have them, I'm not sure. I don't know if they have them.
They don't carry
What's
them.
What's the yardage on them?
Almost 1,100 yards.
Which for a 6-weight is good.
Yeah.
It's all.
Is it a 6-weight or a 5?
A what?
Is it a 6-weight or a 5?
6.
I think it's listed as a 6, but I think it's more of a 5. Like honestly, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Well, congrats, Mateo. Those things are. I'm pretty jealous to be realistic here. I tried the last time to get on the giveaways. I'm off by 1 number every time. It's
Mateo just won one of my giveaways on my channel. He had,
Really?
Yeah, he won one of Billy the Crafty Floridian's bags that I bought, like all these bags from her. And
her little tote bags that she makes.
What's that?
The tote bags that she makes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She's such a doll. I adore her. She's another one that as soon as I subscribed to her, as soon as I found her videos, I literally went back to like the very beginning and started watching all of her videos through.
Yeah, she's a
Oh,
sweetheart.
Now, she's the one that does the Dammit dolls, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir. She used to crochet them and then she started sewing them.
I got myself one. I call her Winifred Karen.
That's the three sisters the Halloween the
Sanderson sisters. I
yes.
have a
Hocus
Halloween-
Pocus.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah.
Halloween inspired Dammit doll, and so Winifred is her name, and Karen is her middle name.
That's a question for you, Juan.
Have you mailed those out yet, Juan? I've been waiting. Yes, I have mailed them out. Yes. You
What?
should be receiving them any day now.
I went and got a P.O. box yesterday.
Yay.
Oh, did you?
Oh, good for
Finally.
you.
Yeah. I was a little horrified because Russ, you weren't lying. You weren't about them prices. You weren't lying.
Yeah.
I was able to do it 3 months instead of 6.
Lucky you.
And I just went up and opened a bank account. And it has that thing, I can't remember what it's called, but it's like a DWB or something or other, where basically anything addressed to the Shell Chronicles can go, you know what I mean, is associated with my account, right? So I did that, but they had to have I couldn't get the P.O. box. I couldn't pay for it with cash. It had to be on the debit card, but I didn't have my debit card in yet because it hadn't came to me in the mail yet. So then I had to go back up to the bank, deposit the money, wait till my card came in, take my card up there, go up. They were closed, had to come back, go back up the next day. Yeah. I thought, I'm done with it, but I have
They
one.
make nothing easy, right?
And then, so Russ, I know you have one too. Okay, I don't know if you guys do or not, but question: do you guys have like just a regular key you stick in and unlock it, or do you have like a sun? No. They gave me a sundial. It's all like this, and it says A, B. So A on the top, B down in the little corner, C up here, and they tell you have to turn it to AC, where it's like in between these two lines. Go all the way back around, skip it once, go to FG. I'm dead serious. Dead serious. And
That's
So
the-
when
that's
did you
old.
start in with the Da Vinci Code?
Right.
yes, that's exactly what I said. You have to Da Vinci code that crap to get into it. I was so
That's
infuriated.
just a regular key.
That's the old style shell.
Oof.
That is the old, because I had a P.O. box 30 some years ago, and that's how they used to be, is the little dials.
Wow.
Yeah, it's literally like this weird starburst thing around it.
Yep.
And it has letters, and you gotta go in between. You don't just go A, F, or D. You gotta go A, G, F, C type. It's really weird. I about cried. I was gonna cry.
That is weird. It's like you shouldn't need a PhD to get your mail.
Right.
Thank you. I feel so validated because they were looking at me like I had something on my face, okay? Because I was like, you guys, ma'am, can you please come help me? It was so unnecessary. So unnecessary. But I got that done. Finally.
Good for
And
you.
Russ was telling me, he's like, they're expensive. Because, like, I don't know anything about any of this, right? So whenever I have a question, I go run into him. And so he's like, first of all, they're not cheap.
Nope.
Secondly, I think you said that they do you like every 6 months or once a year or yearly or something like that, right?
So I do mine every year. I pay it once
Yeah.
a year.
Just get it over with.
It's just
Yeah. And they let me do, I guess you could say quarterly, because it's every 3 months, so that would be quarterly.
Yep.
And I did that, and I mean, I should have just listened to you and just stuck a freaking cardboard box outside my house and drew a P.O. address on it, because that was never again.
yeah, it's expensive. But if you pay it if you pay the yearly price, they
It makes it
always
cheaper in the long run.
they give you like an extra month.
Mm-hmm.
So you pay for
Well,
12,
also,
they give you 13.
I mean, it's good if you're doing anything sort of like, Happy Mail, kind of thing. It's good for that. But also, if you do Etsy, it's also good to have a PO box as well. And that was like initially why I started doing the PO box, because that way, I could have a return address on it with a PO
Yeah.
box as opposed to my home address. So for privacy purposes, it's
Yes.
good to have.
And that's exactly why I did it, because I make and sell quilts and little decorative pillows and purses, bunch of stuff. And I had somebody purchase one from me, and I was talking to Russ about doing the Etsy shop, and so that's like one of the reasons why I wanted to go get the PO box, because that was the exact thought that I had. I said, wait a minute, if I send something out to them, the return address on there is gonna have to be my personal address, and I was like, let's
Right.
not. So that's why I was trying to hurry up and get this in, because as soon as I get the PO box done,
Mhm.
I can get this lady's quilt out to her that I made, and then I still have to figure out the printer situation though for the Etsy shop.
No,
I
you
still-
don't. No,
No?
you don't. You don't. No. If you, because I don't have a printer. Okay. And so what you do is you have your finished product item in a box, and then there's a feature where it's like custom shipping. So the thing is, like, it's been forever and a year since I've actually gone through the mechanics of it, but basically you type in the dimensions of the box, the height, the width, the length, the 3 dimensions, and the weight of the item. And then based on where it's going to, Etsy figures out how much the postage is going to be. And then when you go to the post office, you tell them what postage you want, whether it's like, 2-day, 5-day, standard, whatever. You tell them based on what they chose when they purchased it. And so because you gave them the weight and the dimensions of the package and what the shipping is going to be, Etsy figures out how much the shipping is going to be based on where it's going to. So when you go to the post office, the item that Etsy said should be the same price that the post office gives you, and then you give them the money, and well, the postage has been paid for if you do that. The customer has to pay for the postage, so you're not paying the postage, the customer is. And so Etsy figures out the postage for you. Now, there was a gray area at one point where the post office was increasing the postage rate, so it didn't quite line up, but I swallowed the difference when that happened because it's just easier. But yeah, Etsy is great like that. As far as figuring out the postage, and you don't need a printer. If you have a printer, yes, there's a Russ way that you can do that. So I would ask him about that. But otherwise, you don't necessarily need one.
That's awesome, because I've been like, well, I'm on like a half of a budget, you could say. My husband's the only one working right now, and so I can figure stuff out, which is another reason, I'm trying to get stuff going. But so I was like freaking out, because I'm like, he said a wireless or Bluetooth printer. I was looking online. I wasn't even
You
sure.
don't necessarily need one. What I would recommend, though, is at Walmart in their packing department, you can get boxes, which is where I get mine, and they are reasonably priced. It's corrugated cardboard. You do have to tape them, closed. So, get some packing tape and some boxes, and on the box itself, it gives you the dimensions in inches. If you get like a nice small item, they got like a 6x6x6. Or something bigger. They have different sizes. Personal suggestion, buy more than you are going to need, because when they run out, it takes a while for them to restock. So buy a bunch.
So what I did was I bought, because I know like they have like extra small, medium, large, whatever. I bought like 2 or 3 of each size, but
Mhm.
I also went online to Amazon and I found, and I think they're like 12 by something. Mama Wench and Rebecca told me about poly mailer bags because when they've sent me something, they were in these bags. They look like plastic, but they're like indestructible plastic. So
Mhm.
I went and I bought, I think it was like 100 of them for like $7 off of Amazon. I bought some of those too. And I got all that stuff. Rebecca said that I should get a you weigh it, the scale. Yeah, she said I should get a male scale.
Well, I use
What
a
is it called?
kitchen scale, but it's like yay
Yeah,
big.
those
Like it's a
are
good
really
size scale. Digital is great, but yeah,
yeah.
you definitely want a scale. Because something that doesn't just do pounds, but also does ounces as well. Um,
hmm
and yeah, a scale is essential, definitely.
Whenever you guys signed up for your Etsy shops, so whenever I did mine, it said that I have to pay $20 up front to open up the shop.
I don't recall. It's been years.
I
Honestly,
might
I
not
don't remember.
I don't
I might
remember.
have
I
well
didn't do
Lon,
that.
I don't remember doing that.
No,
that's why I
unless
was
that.
asking because I might not be in the right place. I downloaded instead of it's a blue icon and it says seller Etsy seller shop or whatever. I
Yeah.
think I can't remember
I
what it was
think their
called.
their icon is orange.
Yeah,
I think that's if you're going to shop on Etsy.
Yeah, but
no.
you create your store with the orange one. You manage your store with the blue one.
Right.
Oh, okay. See, I'm clueless. So
That's fine. No. Listen, you have to learn somehow. You're not just born with the innate knowledge of how to do this stuff. Like
Process.
you'll get there. You're among
and
friends, honey bunny. Please.
I am perfectly fine with like if I know something, I know it. Okay, I'm not tripping. But if I don't, I will automatically ask. I will figure it out. I will ask a question. Like I'm not shy to ask
Sure.
and admit when I don't know something. But it annoys so many people. My last job, I actually had a manager like freak out on me. Now, given I probably was being super annoying, but still. So yeah, so that's kind of made me a little leery of asking questions because sometimes I'm like, that's a dumb question. You know what I mean? But
It's fine, hon.
Did you say that you didn't need a printer, Craig,
Correct.
for Etsy?
Correct.
How do you print out your label to ship?
I don't. I go to the post office. Whoever it is buys the item, because like I said, I put in, the height, the width, the
Right.
length of the box. I figure out how much it weighs, and then based on where the person lives, Etsy figures out how much it's going to be. So then I go to the post office and I tell them, okay, I want this kind of shipping. And they say, okay, it's that much. That's exactly what Etsy told me it was going to be. They print out the label, they stick it on the box, and they send it on their way.
so basically, the Etsy shop figures it all for you, and then you just go to the post office and they handle the rest,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to pay for the shipping. Like the buyer, put the shipping on top of what the item cost when they paid you,
Yeah.
and then that shipping from what they paid you goes into what you then end up spending at the post office.
Okay, so let's say I have a hat. I'm charging $20 for this hat.
Okay.
You take the product, you measure the dimensions of the packaging, and you weigh it. You enter that into Etsy. They will tell you what your shipping is. So let's say
When
7 days.
it's purchased,
Yeah, when purchased,
based
that's
on where they
$7.
are, because if it's the next state over, it's going to be less than across the country.
Exactly. So if I would need to have somebody interested in buying it first before I could figure that out. Because like, what if I have something and like, let's just say, you know, I guess I could just put plus tax on it, right? Or whatever it does. You don't have to have the tax stuff already added up whenever you list it, is what I'm getting at.
So when you do your listing, as you're creating your listing, it's going to ask you, how do you plan on packing it? So you have to have that information while you're creating your listing. And then that way, when the buyer buys your item, it auto calculates the shipping based on the information provided in the beginning. So you don't have to worry about that after the fact. All that is pre-populated from the beginning.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
When
Was
you're
like
making up the listing. So like when I make up my listings, like I take the photograph of the item and then I package it up. I put it in a bag, seal the bag, put that in the box, seal that up, and then I measure it, weigh it, and then I put that information of the measurements and the weighing on the listing. That way, when the person buys it, then based on what their location is, that will determine the shipping costs.
Yep.
Yeah, see, that's what I was wondering.
That's fine. The only thing is that when it comes to anything other than boxes, any sort of like a mailer bag, I have zero experience with that as far as how that is figured out. So that I can't give you any information on because I've only dealt with boxes and actual set dimensions.
Same here.
And that's another thing is like I was told by a couple people the poly mailer bags are a little more efficient when it comes to shipping, but at the same time, like, so I'm kind of divided on if I want to use the poly mailers or if I want to use actual boxes. I have them both, but I haven't quite decided.
Also, I like the idea of doing the boxes because you can put the actual item, like how I always package things up. Now, this may seem, but I use garbage bags because they're large, like I use like the smaller garbage can liners for, the smaller items, and then like a full-sized garbage bag. That way I can completely tie it up, seal it. That way it is protected, because I deal with all yarny stuff. So it's completely protected in a plastic bag, but then I put that then into the box because if I'm just sending out a bag, yes, granted, some of the bags, they're very, very strong, but I can't tell you the number of times where I get something and the bag is ripped. It does happen. So I like the extra added protection. It does cost more, but I like the extra added protection because whenever I have sent something out, I have never gotten any feedback saying it came and it was destroyed or damaged or whatever. I've never had that problem with the 2 layers of protection.
So to be honest with you, ever since I watched that video of Russ's where he had that box that I think it was maybe from Hirschner's, and he pulled it in, he was opening it, and he was wringing out his yarn. You remember which one I'm talking about, Russ? That traumatized me so much about shipping anything. Seriously, I'm like over processing ways to ensure that like that doesn't happen, because what if I send this lady her quilt and it's just sitting on her porch and it's pouring down rain? You know what I mean? That's like,
well, that's why I put the thing in a bag and then in the box. I always do that too.
I thought about those vacuum seal bags. I don't know if that's a poor idea or not.
Well, I've never gone that extra route, but I just, like it or leave it, that's how I always do my stuff.
The vacuum, you got to be careful with the vacuum, especially when you're talking yarn, because the vacuum seal will actually crush the fibers and it will actually pull the fibers apart.
That sucks.
So if it's in that, it's okay for short term, but if you're sending something overseas, I wouldn't, because it can sit somewhere for 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay, well, it's a lap quilt, It's like a 40 or so by 40 or so lap quilt, and I'm in Oklahoma and I have to ship it to New York. So I'm just
I don't think it
unsure.
would need. I don't think it would need the vacuum sealing.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like I'm not sure of like I've never shipped anything, okay? So like I have no idea what I would need to do to make sure that that item got there undamaged. You know what I mean? I'm like I just don't know.
Well, packages come with $100 worth of insurance to start with, if you need it. Like, regardless, it comes with, if you go to the post office, they'll tell you all packages, $100. If you choose to have more, then great. If not, then that's fine too. But a lot of people suggest the poly bags because of the weight of the package versus,
Is that right?
So you have to, just weigh your options and see what works for you and then take it from there. But, at the end of the day, it's literally cost savings and what's most effective for you to get it from point A to point B.
So I actually took it up to the post office and had them weigh it. That way I could correctly include, because this person is paying tax as well. So I went up and had it weighed so that way I could actually know what to tell her, for including the tax for the shipping, and I don't think the weight of the cardboard box would be but maybe a mere few dollars in difference for the shipping. So
Well,
I don't know.
but it's also the dimensions, though, that plays a factor.
Yeah.
Because even if it doesn't weigh a lot, but it's a really huge box, because it's a huge box, that goes into the shipping cost. Even if it doesn't weigh that much. So if you do use a box, try to fill the box. Like you don't want to use a huge box that's half empty.
Yep.
That's not cost effective. That's why I was saying there are a lot of different sizes. So, you want to try to fill that box.
Yeah,
Pardon?
the one I have, I think it's a size small from Walmart was the one that I figured, because like I can like tri-fold it, and it would be a little snug, but it would be able to fit, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, that's good, because if you have something that's flip-flopping around in there, in the box, that's a lot of wasted dimensions as far as the space is concerned. So it's better to have it be snug than going all flim-flammy. But yeah, you're asking all valid questions.
I remember questions. I love it.
Bailey's Irish cream chocolate chip cookies. That sounds really good.
So
what, Russ? I'm gonna have to stop watching your videos, sir. I'm carnivore. I can have none of that. I want it though, real bad.
Well, someone had asked what recipe we used, and I can't. This come out of a cookbook, so I can't show the recipe.
Wait a minute. The Irish cream stuff. That's that nasty like menthol alcohol, right?
It's not menthol.
Well, it's
Irish cream.
Well, it's like one of those Shamrock shakes from McDonald's, only like
you're thinking of creme de menthe. You're thinking of creme de menthe. That creme de menthe that has like the sort of like minty.
It tastes like Vicks vapor rubbing alcohol in it.
No, that's the menthe. menthe, menthe. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
So we are almost at 4 hours.
My goodness, time flies.
Yeah.
Well,
not with Russ.
So I'm gonna start ramping things down.
Okay.
So in the next 12 minutes, I will be saying goodbye.
Okay.
So
did Kevin have a good birthday, Russ?
He did have a good birthday.
Did he get anything cool?
Well, he just didn't get abused that day.
No, Russ didn't buy any yarn that day.
That's true. I didn't. I offered to buy him some, but he didn't seem to care for that.
Does he knit or crochet?
No, but that's beside the point. He still could have asked for it. You
He
know,
plays the
come
piano
on.
beautifully, though.
He does.
I've heard that. I've heard him playing on one of like a Christmas video that Russ did. He was
Mhm.
just sitting there quietly
Yeah.
crocheting. Oh,
And on top of that, Kevin has, beyond a doubt, he has the patience of a saint.
yep. I concur. Did he get anything cool? Sorry, Russ, you know we love you, but we ain't gonna sit here and lie.
I didn't ask you to.
Did he did he get anything, like, you know what I mean, right?
He got the best gift ever 18 years ago. What else can he want?
Oh my.
Oh, is that how long you guys have been together?
Yep.
That's awesome.
I
I'm
love
struggling with 2 years.
that.
Good God. Oh, my
I mean,
cat just.
when you have Russ in the house, what else do you need? Nothing.
Oh my. I love that.
You know what? I second that. I second it.
It's so good.
I'm I buy yarn
You are
throughout
the
the
gift.
night, and I'm a happy-go-lucky person. I mean,
Love it.
but he didn't tell me what he wanted for his birthday, but he did say that he wanted a pair of shoes towards the end of summer. So when he goes to buy his shoes, I will buy his shoes
Nice.
There you go.
for his birthday, because he wouldn't he doesn't need, so he has to be careful, because if he says it would be nice if we had this, because
You're on it.
it's going to show up 2 days.
Yeah.
2 days later, it's going to be here at the house, or
Yeah.
within a week or two, it's going to be here at the house. So he's got to be very careful how he words things.
He's going to have like 14 Amazon boxes at the doorstep.
So when he says that we need something, he always like, not right away.
So he's got that down pat now. He's like,
because if he doesn't, it's like, okay. But here's the thing. If he says that we need it or he wants it, then he should have it.
yeah.
I have all the yarn that I could ever need or want.
In
So,
several incarnations of a lifetime.
so he should be able to have what he wants.
I'm so glad that that's how you think, Russ. That's super awesome. Not a lot of people are like that anymore. Even if they're in a relationship now, they're more concerned with their wants and their needs, and like the appreciation and the thought of their spouse isn't ever hardly there. You know what I mean? So that's personally just what you said. The fact that what he wants and what he needs is like your priority, that right there, that's actually really, really awesome.
Yeah, Shell, is your husband in the room listening to this?
No, he's at work. Honestly, he's at work. If
Send
he
him
was
the
here,
clip.
I would never say it. I would never
Well,
say it.
because I could just imagine, like, he's sitting right next to you and you're like giving him like the elbow into his ribs, like, yeah, hun.
You guys, so the thing is like, in real life, okay, I'm like that sarcastic, mean kind of the B word type person, you know what I mean? But that's me. So when my husband goes to work, I don't give him a hug and a kiss. Bye, honey, love you. I'm like, you smell like a girl, because he likes to wear perfume, right? I razz him all the time. And so if he was here, I would never say anything kind. I couldn't do it, because then he would think he won. Okay? He would think I was soft, and he would think that he won. And that can never be allowed. Ever.
No. See, all right. Let me change your configuration of thinking for a moment.
Oh boy.
Because you just said, well, I can't do that because then he would think he won.
Mm-hmm. I
But
said it intentionally.
But if you do that, he could then think, I won her. Not I won over her. I won her. I won her validation. I won her love. I won her support.
He knows, okay? He knows. Don't think he don't. He does. I tell him at least once or twice a year. But
You know what?
seriously.
Words are free. Nice words,
Okay,
they're free.
you know how people
So
have their love language?
use them to excess. As long as they are filled with valid meaning, use them. Don't be stingy.
Well, you know how people have a love language, right? Being
Okay.
that is our love language between me and him. Like we're the exact same way. Like the meaner we are to each other, the more we're filled with pride because that's like the biggest I love you. You know what I mean? It's so weird, but that's
I
literally
do
our love
understand it to a
language.
degree because like my coworkers, like I love to tease. I love to tease, and Russ knows this.
And if I didn't
And
love
so
you, I wouldn't pick on you, you know?
exactly, like it's like the two little kids in the playground, one kicks sand at the other one, and it's like, I like you, bam,
Yeah.
And so like with my coworkers, if I tease them, I'm like, listen, if I stop teasing you, then you should be worried.
Yeah, the moment I
If
shut
I'm
up is the time you need to be really scared. Yeah.
right, it's like if I just look at you and don't say anything, then to hide the sharp objects and walk away quietly and slowly and just like Homer
Right.
Simpson back into the hedge.
I
But like, no,
know.
if I'm razzing you, it means I like you.
Exactly. And because see, like, I don't socialize with people I'm not comfortable with. But if I'm insulting you, I'm very comfortable with you. That's just how I work.
Well,
And I think that's probably
insulting,
one of the
but in
reasons
a
why
playful
society
manner.
doesn't like Do what,
If it's
honey?
insulting, but in a playful banter manner.
Oh, always, always,
Yeah.
always. You can ask Russ. That's just kind of my personality. But
Well, it's not so much insult, it's more like razz.
yeah.
A little healthy dose of the loving snark.
Yeah.
And
You can
that's why
call
I
him.
pick on Russ. Because, well, Russ is one of my besties.
I love that.
Yeah, he's all right. I might keep him. I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
Well, if you don't want me, just send me to your husband. It'll work.
Oh my
Russ, you delusional soul. I already called dibsies, didn't you know?
Russ! I told him.
Oh, it's an
He
inside
gets
joke.
real big, and he's like,
You just killed Shell. You just killed her. She's still dying. This must be some inside joke.
oh gosh.
She's dead. Look what you did.
You okay? Let's give you some oxygen.
Did you guys ever choke on your own spit when you breathe in? Oh god. My dog's over here barking. Thinks I'm hurt.
You okay?
Yeah.
I'll send you a printout of my picture, and you can lay it on his pillow. Oh.
Oh my.
Okay.
Russ, what did you do to this poor
sorry.
girl?
Craig, I'm so sorry.
You're fine. You're having fun. I feel like I'm out of the loop.
Right? Same.
Russ, you are more than welcome to bring him into the loop.
Whew. That'd be one deep loop.
That's gonna be off screen though.
That's one deep loop. That's all downhill, baby.
You need a bungee cord and a harness.
You'll need it.
And a lot of Xanax. Okay. Oh, it hurt. Oh, my rolls hurt. Oh, God. That'll burn a muffin top off really quick. God.
Who needs jazzercise? We've got Russ.
I wouldn't trade
Okay.
it for a thing, I tell you what. Oh,
First death on YouTube.
oh my God.
Right?
I died because I aspirated my own spit.
Oh, sorry, Yarn Stitch. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
What? Okay.
Well, that wasn't nice.
But anyhow, I had fun. I had fun.
Me too.
Thank you, everybody, for celebrating my 2-year
Well,
anniversary.
thank you for having us. Always,
Yeah, thank
always
you.
a delight and always a pleasure.
And you know, you never know when I might turn up again.
That's right.
Or radish.
Exactly. You know, it might be in 3 or 4 hours. I might be live again. Who knows?
Oh, I know you. You know, you might turn up, you might radish, you might kumquat. Who knows?
But
There you go.
anyway,
Oh.
I love everybody. Thank you guys so much.
Well, thank you.
And Juan, your birthday present's coming.
Oh, thank you. I don't have to, but thank you.
Well, I know, but
And
it's
Russ,
coming.
yours will be on its way. I didn't want to do it just yet, but it will be.
It's
Yeah,
all right.
yours and Kevin's are being sent at the same time.
Same.
We get it when we get it. We're not children.
What? That's debatable.
I will.
I'm not going based on chronology. I'm going based on maturity.
I will hold your feet to the fire if you're late on my birthday.
Okay.
August 27th,
6th.
26th.
Got it on my calendar. All right. Well, listen, you two cool cats. You keep it real. I will see you guys later.
See you guys
Bye.
later. Bye. Thank you.